My name is Roger R. Smith. S-M-I-T-H.
Mr. Smith, at one time were you a senior vice president and chief financial officer for Live Entertainment?
Yes, I was.
And what would you tell us what the length of your employment by Live Entertainment was and what titles you held over time at that company?
I began to work for the company in August of 1987 with the titles you just mentioned, Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer and member of the Board of Directors. In August or September, I believe, of 1989, I was made Executive Vice President, but also Acting President, and remained with the company in that capacity until 1990. At that point, I became an executive of Live's parent company, Carolco.
And how long did you remain with the parent company, Carolco?
I was executive vice president of Carolco until the middle of last year, and I'm no longer an executive, but I am on the board of directors of Live and was on the board of directors of Carolco until recently.
You're still on the board of Live?
Yes, I am.
And by whom are you currently employed?
I am starting my own independent film company at this time.
And have you been employed in various aspects of the entertainment industry for even before you went to work for Live?
Yes, prior to coming to Live for 10 years, beginning in 1974, I was a vice president of Warner Communications, which is now Time Warner, in various financial capacities there.
And has your work in the entertainment industry been focused on financial aspects of the business?
Yes, primarily.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Harvard and took some courses toward an MBA, but did not complete it.
And after graduating from Harvard, where did you go to work?
Went to work on Wall Street with a firm called Wood Struthers and Winthrop, where I was an investment analyst specializing in a variety of industries, including the entertainment industry.
Now, when you worked for Warner Communications, who was your boss?
The chairman, Steve Ross.
In August of 1987, when you went to work for Live Entertainment, was it Live Entertainment then, or was it still IVE?
It was still called International Video Entertainment, IVE.
And when did it change and become Live? L-I-V-E.
Right. Well, following a merger with a company called Lieberman Enterprises, which was a public company, the new company became Live Entertainment, I believe, in February or March of 1988.
And when you went to work for the company in August of '87, where were the company offices?
In Newbury Park.
And at some point, did the company offices move?
Yes, in June of 1989, we moved to new quarters in Van Nuys.
And when you went to work for the company in August 1987, who was the president of that company?
Well, José Menendez was chairman, president, and chief executive officer.
And your role was chief financial officer?
Correct.
And is there a chain of command in such a company?
Yes, there is. I would, I guess, in effect, have been the number two to Jose, as I was the only other member of management who served on the board of directors.
So you and Mr. Menendez were on the board. He was the chairman. You were the CFO, chief financial officer.
Correct.
And in that capacity as number two to Mr. Menendez, did you come in contact with him on a daily basis?
Absolutely.
Did you work with him on all major projects of the company?
Virtually all, yes.
And do you believe, and excuse me, for the 2 years that you worked with Mr. Menendez, Mr. Smith, do you believe that you got to know his personality, his personal philosophies, and his style in dealing with people well?
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship with Mr. Menendez over those 2 years?
Testy would be one word. We were, there was clearly no affection between or real friendship between the two of us. But I think we were both correct in a way with each other.
And for your part, Mr. Smith, why was there no affection from you to Mr. Menendez?
I didn't like Mr. Menendez. I didn't find him very likable.
What was there about him that you disliked?
Objection, vague.
Sustained.
Was your dislike based on something he had done to you, or based on his personality, his personal style, more global issues?
Almost entirely based on his behavior toward others rather than toward myself, particularly other employees of the company.
And what were, without giving us specific stories, what was his behavior towards other employees of the company that you disliked?
Totally controlling, belittling, and instilling fear.
And under what circumstances would you observe him behaving in belittling and fear-instilling ways towards other employees?
Constantly throughout, the business day, you would be in meetings with 1, 2 other people, or larger meetings with the entire staff at times.
And in those meetings, did he characteristically treat people, or rather uniformly treat people in a particular way?
Well, characteristically, he treated them in a way that I would call sort of entrapment. He would get them to say things which he would delight if he could lead them down a path where they were clearly wrong, and then expose them in front of others as having been wrong.
And did this cause humiliation?
It did. At the same time, he did also have another side of way of dealing with people. Sometimes that he would make them feel good. He would constantly be going one way or the other. You didn't know with him.
What do you mean you didn't know? What didn't you know?
Well, my observation was that his basic approach was to constantly be in a position of control exercised through this uncertainty as to where you stood with him. But in order, obviously, to get performance out of people, he would alternate between, never praise, he didn't go that far, but sometimes he could be charming and then turn a completely different side to you.
And did this make people sort of unbalanced? They didn't know what to expect from him?
Yes.
Pause for speculation, Mr. Storrs.
Overrule, the answer will stand.
Was there ever any component in his style of intimidation?
I don't understand the question.
Did he behave in an intimidating way?
Absolutely.
And what kind of behavior would you characterize was intimidating?
Well, he had a very clear way of letting you know through a word, a gesture, a look, exactly how you were displeasing him, and would sort of you learn to be fearful of getting one of those looks or gestures.
In your opinion, Mr. Smith, were the other employees that worked in proximity to Mr. Menendez afraid of him?
Do you have a comment?
Sustained.
Was there an atmosphere of fearfulness at the company?
Yes, there was, in my opinion.
How would you describe, strike that, did you form an opinion based on your conversations with Mr. Menendez and in watching him interact with other people about how he felt about showing any vulnerability or weakness to others?
Oh, I formed an opinion based on direct statements by him that the worst thing you could ever do, and this was an occasional criticism of me, was to show vulnerability, concern for the other person's point of view.
Did he ever make a statement to you about his unwillingness to ever show his own weakness to anyone else?
He never made a verbal statement, but I observed it constantly.
Now, Mr. Smith, did dealing with José Menendez create what for you was a pleasant work environment?
No, quite the contrary.
And you worked there for 2 years?
2 years prior to Mr. Menendez's death, yes.
Did you have a contract?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Had entered into, he had offered me a 3-year contract. My first impressions of him were sufficiently, I had questions about the kind of person he was, and I insisted on a 2-year contract, which was in fact up on August 31st, 1989.
And was it your intention prior to Mr. Menendez's death to renew that contract to stay on with the company?
It was my intention to walk into his office on September 1st, resign, and tell him precisely why I was going to resign.
And was, without all the details, why were you going to resign?
Because of him, his behavior toward people, his business ethics, and his style. Concerning
that style, did he convey to you his philosophy of management?
Yes.
What was that?
I remember a very specific incident where, after having humiliated a middle-level employee, and as the employee left his office and leaving me alone with Jose, he saw the look on my face, and I said, and he turned to me and with a sort of smile and said, I've always thought, Roger, it was far better to be feared than to be loved.
And was that a philosophy that you saw in action over the 2 years that you worked with him?
Yes.
Now, were there meetings at which you observed José Menendez practice this entrapment that you've described?
Yes.
And was there a method that he used to entrap people?
Yes, I actually think it's called sort of Jesuitical. I mean, he would literally draw you in a logical way and say, well, now, oh, that's very interesting. If what you're saying is true, then such and such must follow. And the person would say, well, yeah. And they said, well, now, then Menendez would say, well, if such and such is true, then is it fair to conclude such and such? And pretty soon he had the person agreeing to some absolute absurdity, and then he would sort of close the book or whatever he was doing, dismiss the person and tell them that they didn't know anything of what they were talking about. But he had, having delighted in drawing out this utterly useless, from a management standpoint, process.
And at the end of it, would he insult the person?
No, the insult was implicit.
Did you ever hear him actually calling people stupid?
Oh, absolutely, yes. I mean, there were explicit ones.
Now, you said he delighted in this. Was that your opinion, that he enjoyed doing this?
That was my opinion.
Did he have a way in which he displayed anger towards people?
Yes. His way was getting, first of all, lowering his voice to a near whisper and making what appeared to be a visible effort to keep himself under control.
And what do you mean by a visible effort to keep himself under control?
Well, he became like a coiled spring. You were with the sense that any moment he was going to lose this control, but he became more and more controlled and lowering his voice to barely audible.
And this controlling himself, did it appear that he was physically controlling himself?
Yes.
Controlling himself from a physical outburst?
Objection, call for speculation.
Overall. Yes, I think there was a sense communicated that if you went too far with him, and I frequently did go too far because I disputed with him on things, that there could be even a physical outburst.
Where he could attack you?
Or explode in some explosive anger.
Did you ever hear him raise his voice in anger?
Yes.
Did you ever hear him talk about anger and raising one's voice?
Yes, I recall a particular meeting which involved Peter Hoffman, the then chief executive officer of Carolco, the parent company, myself and Jose, in which Peter raised his voice and Jose then lowered his and said, you know, if you want to start raising voices, I'll show you who can raise voices. I grew up in a house where my father shouted, and I will not. And he kept, as I say, lowering and lowering his voice as he delivered this speech about how he would not tolerate anyone raising his voice. On the other hand, I heard him other times when he wanted to for effect, because I don't think Jose ever did anything out of control. For effect, he would raise his voice, certainly.
And at this particular, now Mr. Hoffman was Mr. Menendez's boss, wasn't he?
Yes, in a sense. He was the chief executive of the majority shareholder of the company, so he was his indirect boss.
Much higher up than Mr. Menendez was.
Higher up.
Okay. And how would you describe the effect on yourself, for example, of this lowering and whispering that Mr. Menendez did at that meeting?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were you intimidated by it?
I was intimidated only in the sense that he created an unpleasant day-to-day working environment. I knew that I always had the ability to walk on my contract. I also felt that I was competent at my job and performing extremely well for the company, which I truly cared about. And that's why, you know, leaving the company would have been a problem for me, because I believed in a lot of the other people and what we were doing.
So you weren't personally fearful, but it made it very unpleasant.
Yes, particularly as I tried sometimes to, you know, I didn't accept his opinion as the final word, and everyone else in the company did.
Now, you said something about Mr. Menendez's style to be controlling. How important or how large an issue was controlling people and things to Mr. Menendez?
Objection, cause for speculation.
Sustained.
In your opinion,
Proper opinion.
gee, I hadn't even
Finish your
gotten-
question.
I'm sorry.
In your opinion, well, let me strike that. In your opinion, strike that. Based on your observations, to what extent did Mr. Menendez, by his actions and words, control the people and situations around him?
Proper opinion, cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Can you describe how Mr. Menendez would prepare for a meeting?
Objection, irrelevant.
You'll have to focus that a little bit.
Would the way he conducted meetings and set up for meetings, did that demonstrate the methods in which he tried to control things?
Yes, it did, down to the point of where each person sat in the room, who would have the sun in whose eyes, et cetera, assuming the meetings with outsiders. Yeah.
Now, you had, over the course of your life, worked with successful businessmen other than Mr. Menendez.
Mm-hmm. Correct?
Had you worked with people who were considered tough businessmen?
Yes.
Had you worked with people who were domineering in their business styles?
Yes.
Had you worked with other people for whom control was an issue?
Yes.
Was there anything remarkable in your experience about Mr. Menendez?
Objection, proper opinion.
Overall. Do you understand the question?
Would you repeat it, please?
Yes, with respect to the issue of control, was there anything remarkable about Mr. Menendez?
He certainly went far beyond anything I had observed in the entertainment industry, where there's a lot of flamboyant personalities.
And a lot of strong personalities?
Absolutely.
Have you described Mr. Menendez in the past as the ultimate control freak?
I believe I've used those words, yes.
And is that how
I
he
did.
struck you?
Yes.
Now, with respect to his management at the company, did he just concern himself with the big picture and the big details, or was he concerned also with rather small things?
He was concerned with everything that went wrong, however small. He would delegate authority to people in broad areas because, frankly, in my observation, he was not a particularly hard worker. He was somewhat lazy. He was a brilliant thinker about business, and he would tell people to go off and do it. And if there was no problem, then it would be fine. But the slightest little thing deviating from what he thought you should have done could be raised into a major fight.
Do you know what the term micromanagement means?
Yes.
Is that a term that you have used in describing Mr. Menendez?
Yes, but I would make this point that it was sporadic. You didn't know when he was either going to let you entirely alone or micromanage down to the tiniest detail.
Now, did you, strike that, did you observe whether Mr. Menendez ever tolerated weakness in people who worked for him?
Well, he certainly appreciated weakness in people in their dealings with him.
Why was that?
Because he wanted to control people. And any signs of independence were not welcome. But in terms of dealing with others, he wanted you to be very tough in your dealings with anyone outside. I mean, tough to the point of what I regarded as borderline unethical behavior.
Did you ever observe him to exploit the weakness in other people?
Absolutely.
Did he ever express to you feelings of compassion or concern for the other workers in the company?
Only in the most general sort of way, not in anything specific.
You've indicated that he wasn't particularly hardworking. What were his usual hours at work?
He would tend to get to the office between 9:30 and 10, and most days leave at 5 or 5:30. Sometimes he had an outside appointment, or at least he said he did.
Did he take lunch
Yes,
on a regular basis?
he usually went out for lunch.
Did he work on weekends?
On numerous occasions where I needed to reach him on the weekend, he was often unreachable, and I would leave messages and they would not be returned.
So was he basically incommunicado on weekends?
Frequently,
Did he ever work in the office on the weekends?
on rare occasion.
Now, did he travel in conjunction with his job?
Yes.
And was he sometimes gone on weekends traveling, or was he always in Los Angeles, as far as you knew, on weekends?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Was there business travel in the company on weekends?
Generally, most trips avoided the need to travel on weekends, unless it was a trip to Europe or something like that.
Was there a trip to Europe that you went on company business in January of 1989?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled to that question.
Yes, there was.
Was Mr. Menendez supposed to go on this trip?
Yes, he
Irrelevant.
Overruled.
Yes, he was.
And did you learn at the last moment that he wasn't going?
The last moment being a day after he was supposed to have arrived in Amsterdam. First, we'd been told he'd missed his plane or was going to come later, and the next thing we learned that he wasn't coming at all.
And was there a health reason given for his missing that trip?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you subsequently learn that he had been...
You'll have to establish a foundation as to how he would learn.
First of all, when you returned from that trip, did Mr. Menendez's secretary, Marzi Eisenberg, give you some instruction from him?
Yeah, they were instructions from her, which I presume were from him.
Okay. And what was the instruction?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, this is to reflect... Oh, strike. Did you learn that he had suffered some kind of a heart attack?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Let me have the medical records. Do you recall if the date that you were in Amsterdam when Mr. Menendez was supposed to show up was around January 22nd or 23rd, 1989?
I believe that's correct.
If I may approach, Your Honor. Mr. Smith, showing you this record from the Beverly Hills Medical Center, do you see that that's a record admitting José Menendez for possible angina on January 22nd, 1989?
Yes.
Now, did Mr. Menendez tell you at any time that he had had a heart problem?
No.
Were you aware that there was a clause in his employment contract where the company was to pay the premiums on a $5 million policy for which he could name any beneficiary he wanted.
Yes, I was aware.
Were you aware that no such policy was ever written?
Yes.
Were you aware that Mr. Menendez was delaying taking the physical for that policy?
Yes.
Were you aware that he was repeatedly reminded to take the physical and kept putting it off?
Yes.
As of January 1989, did Mr. Menendez have a very large chunk of live stock and stock options?
Yes, he had been granted what were, I believe, 300,000 shares, then selling at around $20 a share.
And did he frequently in conversations with you express his deep concern for the price of the stock?
Your Honor, objection, hearsay and irrelevant.
Lay a foundation as to when.
Well, first, did you have conversations with him? If I could do it this way, it's easier, Your Honor. About his interest in and concern for the price of the stock?
Oh, absolutely.
And when was it?
Well, his grant of stock, I believe, came in early 1988, and from that moment, my observation was that he was intensely interested in the price of the stock, and as part of my dealings, my duties were to deal with Wall Street, this became extremely critical to him that this be done absolutely correctly.
And in your opinion, given your financial background and the size and structure of this company, would ill health on the part of the chairman and president of this company have affected the price of the stock?
Your Honor, improper claim lack of foundation.
Overall.
Yes, it could have affected it.
Now, did you ever tell anyone that José Menendez, strike that, the trip to Amsterdam, was it an important trip?
Yes, we were meeting with our main bankers, Credit Lyonnais, actually in Rotterdam, and it was to negotiate the terms of a new bank agreement.
And a company like Live, like many companies, needs bank money to operate, do they not?
Yes, absolutely.
And did you ever mention to anyone that Mr. Menendez hadn't taken that trip or why he hadn't taken that trip?
I was at first instructed to tell, by Marcy, to tell people that he'd been on the trip. I told her that I couldn't do that. And she said, well, then just don't say anything.
Did Mr. Menendez have a particular method of firing people?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overall.
I don't recall, I don't think I was present when he specifically fired people.
All right, you've answered the question.
All right. Did you notice a pattern where he would appear, you had said that he sometimes went hot and cold with people, he'd be very intimidating, humiliating, and then he'd sort of be charming and nice. Did you ever see him set people up for firing by being nice and then fire them behind their back?
Objection, possible speculation on the part of the witness.
Sustained.
Now, you've indicated that he didn't work long hours, and clearly you didn't like Mr. Menendez, but was he generous with his employees?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overall.
Quite the contrary. I mean, I remember there was a specific attempt by me and several other people in the company in the year in which he'd received $1 million bonus himself to give the hourly workers. We tried it first for 2 weeks' pay at Christmas. He flatly said no, and finally, after a major fight, one of the few times where it came to an actual open fight with Jose, he agreed to 1 week, but was unhappy about doing that.
Do you know who Devendra Mishra is?
Yes, of course.
And was Mr. Mishra an employee of Live?
Yes, he was also a senior vice president of the company at that time.
And in your opinion, Mr. Smith, did Mr. Mishra do very valuable work for the company?
Objection, improper opinion.
Overall, you can answer the question.
Absolutely.
And in your opinion, did Mr. Menendez reward Mr. Mishra for the work that Mr. Mishra had done for the revenue he had caused for the company?
Objection improper.
Sustained.
Now, were you ever in a position where you could witness how Mr. Menendez managed aspects of his family?
Yes, I had various opportunities to do so. In fact, because we spent a great deal of time together, including traveling together, and I would be frequently in his office when he received telephone calls from his wife, or at other times I was present when he received phone calls from, I specifically remember one call from his son Lyle.
And what was your impression, based on what you saw and what you heard, about how Mr. Menendez managed? First of all, did he manage his family?
Well, I was astounded to hear him taking a phone call from his wife to discuss what kind of pizza they were going to have for dinner that night, since he was a busy man running a $300-400 million company.
And who was deciding what kind of pizza they were going to have?
Jose.
Did his wife, did Mrs. Menendez call frequently?
Yes.
How frequently?
I can remember a particular meeting of maybe an hour's duration where there were 3 phone calls.
Did she call every day?
I would not be able to speak to that exactly.
Okay. But you're aware of days when she would call 3 times within an hour?
Yes.
And did you overhear conversations between Mr. Menendez and his wife where he is making the kinds of decisions you've just described, pizza toppings, for example?
Yes.
Now, you said that you also overheard conversations he had with his sons.
I have a specific memory of a conversation he had with his son Lyle, where I, of course, only heard Jose's end of the conversation.
From Jose's end of the conversation, what was it about?
Objection hearsay.
Overruled.
Lyle was seemingly, from what I heard from Jose, having some personality difficulties with his then roommate. I believe he was at Princeton at the time.
Okay.
And I listened to Jose advising him on how to deal with the problem, et cetera, in a very specific way that I remembered when I was in college. I wouldn't have dreamed of calling my father on such a matter.
And how long did this conversation take place?
The length of the conversation?
Yeah, that was what I
Oh,
meant,
sorry.
but it wasn't English when it came out.
Right. About 10 minutes, I'd say.
And where did it take place?
We were actually traveling, I think, somewhere in the East Coast, and he was in a car on a car phone, a
So this
limousine.
took place when Mr. Menendez was in a limousine of some kind?
Yes,
And talking to Lyle Menendez about Lyle's roommate.
yes.
And did it appear from this conversation that he's giving Lyle specific, detailed advice of what to say and what to do?
Yes.
And did it appear from the conversation, from Mr. Menendez's remarks, that Lyle was in any way disagreeing with him? Or
Objection. False or speculation.
Sustained.
did Mr. Menendez correct or criticize Lyle during this conversation?
My recollection is that he gave him exact advice on what to say, what to do, and it involved standing up and being tough, was what I remembered.
Okay. Did you, on more than one occasion, overhear a telephone conversation between Mr. and Mrs. Menendez about what to have for dinner that night?
Yes, I believe I just said so.
Now, did you observe Mr. and Mrs. Menendez together?
Yes, on some of the trips that we made to New York, business trips, Kitty Menendez would accompany her husband, so we spent lengthy time together on planes and some portion of the time when we'd be in New York.
And did you ever notice anything that looked like spontaneity between the two of them?
Objection. False or speculation.
Sustained.
Well, can you tell the difference between can you tell when someone is being spontaneous?
Yes, I think so.
And did you see in this family, from what you saw as between Mr. and Mrs. Menendez, what you heard when you overheard conversations? And I take it you also
Right.
saw the brothers from time to time.
Erik only rarely, Lyle more, because of course he worked at the company one summer. But my observation of when I saw José and Kitty together was a certain tenseness.
And did you see Mr. Menendez or hear him attempting to placate Mrs. Menendez or avoid upsetting her?
Yes, sometimes he would specifically speak of that, not in her presence, that's what he would need to do or have to do.
What would he say?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overall.
He would speak, and again, I'm trying to remember specific incidents, but he would speak of, in a kind of, oh, well, you know what women are like kind of thing. I've got to do anything to, keep her happy kind of thing was the gist of it, not the words.
Okay. Now, you're aware that a few days before he was killed, Mr. Menendez was on a business trip to Connecticut.
Yes, we were on the trip together.
And did you come back from that trip together?
I don't think we did, no.
Were you aware of another trip that was tentatively planned for the following week?
I believe Mr. Menendez was scheduled to go to Minneapolis with one or more of the company executives.
Now, what was in Minneapolis?
Minneapolis was the headquarters of a company called Lieberman Enterprises, one of our largest divisions.
And were there frequent trips by Mr. Menendez and other company executives to Minneapolis to the Lieberman headquarters?
At least monthly.
So this was routine, was it not?
Correct.
And ordinarily, how long, what would be the duration of the Minneapolis trips?
Basically one night. You would leave in an afternoon, spend that night, accomplish what you needed to do during the day, and get the last flight, I think around 6 o'clock, out of Minneapolis to Los Angeles.
Now, in addition to the provision in his employment contract that the company would pay the premiums on a $5 million policy, was there also something called a key man policy that was in effect ensuring the life of Mr. Menendez?
Yes, there was.
And who is the beneficiary on a key man policy?
In this case, the beneficiary was Bankers Trust, the lead bank in a $75 million credit facility, which was granted with the condition that there be this key man insurance policy on José's life.
In other words, the bank loaned the money, $75 million, on condition that the key person in the company, Mr. Menendez, have a $15 million insurance policy.
Yes, and of course, while the bank was technically the beneficiary, the money went to pay down our loan, so in effect, the company was the beneficiary.
So if the $15 million happened, then it would reduce the loan, say, from 75 to 60.
Correct.
And was the fact that there was a key man policy, in effect, a matter of public information as part of the company's public statement of its assets, liabilities, that sort of thing?
It required an SEC filings, public filings.
Now, do you recall Mr. Menendez talking about the other policy, the private one that he didn't have?
The only conversations relevant to it I recall were relating to, I was present when someone in the company mentioned to him that he had to go to have the physical for it, and at one point I think he indicated to me that he was delaying taking the physical because he wanted to appear to be a non-smoker for the policy, which of course he was not.
He was a smoker, wasn't he?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was he making any effort to quit?
Sporadic and very short-lived.
And at this time, of course, you didn't know about what I've shown you in that medical record, that he had suffered an angina.
No.
Now, based on the conversations that you had with Mr. Menendez and based on the conversations you overheard where other company employees told him well, strike that. the key man policy was in effect, and that clearly required a physical from Mr. Menendez at the time that that went into effect. Is that right?
Yes, and my recollection would have been that it was to be taken out quite a while previous to his death, perhaps sometime in early, mid-1988.
So it took place, the key man policy physical occurred before the possible angina that medical record reflects.
Absolutely.
And did Mr. Menendez ever express to you any notion that he thought the physical from the key man policy covered the private $5 million policy?
No.
Now, under the terms of, did Mr. Menendez renegotiate his contract at least once while you were working for Live?
Yes.
And do you know if he had to take another physical for the key man policy later on?
I don't know if that was required.
Now, how did you learn of Mr. Menendez's death?
Received a telephone call at my home at about 7:30 Monday morning from someone who worked with me in the financial area saying that he had just heard the news on the radio.
And at some point, was contact made between the company and the Menendez family?
Yes, fairly immediately when Jose's brother-in-law, I believe he was, and Kitty's brother came out to be with the boys.
So contact was made by the uncles, Kitty's brother Brian and Jose's brother-in-law Carlos Barral. Are those the people you mean?
Those are the people I mean, yes.
And at some point after that contact was made, was a meeting set up?
Yes.
Now, do you know who set up the meeting?
I believe it was set up by Gary Cohen, who was the company's outside counsel.
And was the meeting suggested, if you know, by the company?
I don't know at whose suggestion it took place.
And did you attend the meeting?
Yes.
And do you recall what day the meeting was on?
It was the Tuesday following the death,
And do you know if it was in the morning or the afternoon?
late in the afternoon.
Now, who was at the meeting?
Mr. Baralt, Kitty's brother, his name I forget,
Brian Anderson?
Brian Anderson, Gary Cohen, the lawyer, myself, and I believe also Rod Trovinger, who was sort of the number two person in the financial area.
Was Peter Hoffman at that particular meeting?
No, he was not.
Are you aware of a subsequent meeting later in the week that Peter Hoffman was at?
Yes, I believe that occurred on Friday.
Were you at the Friday meeting?
I was not at that meeting.
Now, at this particular meeting, what was basically the purpose of the meeting as you understood it?
I had been told that I would have to go over for the benefit of the boys and their uncles the sort of specific financial aspects of the company's obligation, and in this case we were prepared, of course, to go beyond our legal obligation. I think it included paying Jose's salary for amount of time for the interim to be determined, and also to go into some of the aspects of the stock options and tax issues, and also to inform them that the policy that they that was supposed to have been issued on Jose's life directed to his own beneficiaries had never been issued.
Now, when you talk about the legal obligations of the company, were you also going to talk about Mr. Menendez's assets through the company, such as his stock block, his stock options?
Yes, and also there was a very large asset of a deferred compensation account.
In other words, he had deferred receiving income for tax purposes?
Correct.
And were there any loans that were made to Mr. Menendez by the company that his estate would now owe back?
Yes, there was a substantial loan which I believe provided the down payment for the purchase of the Beverly Hills house.
Now, do you recall a point at that meeting on Tuesday when someone, and I'm not sure who, perhaps you could tell us, informed the family that, or told the family, by the way, the $5 million policy provided for in the contract is not in effect?
Yes, yeah, that someone was me.
Okay.
And I informed them and told them that this was due to the fact that Jose had neglected to take the physical and pointed out that he had been fairly repeatedly reminded of its necessity to do so.
And was that greeted with shock, surprise, reaction?
No.
What was it greeted with?
I remember that Erik looked at me and said, and the companies and the policy in favor of the company, was that in order?
And did you answer him?
I said yes, and I explained that we would never have been granted the loan by Bankers Trust without it having been in place prior to the granting of the loan.
But with respect to the $5 million policy, there didn't seem to be any surprise or reaction on the part of any of the family members who were there?
No, there did not seem to be surprise. Which surprised me.
Your Honor, if to strike the question 10 would be irrelevant.
All right, the answer will be straight to that portion of the answer.
Mr. Smith, if I were to tell you in the form of a hypothetical that Carlos Beralt, who was present at that meeting, testified that both his mother-in-law, Maria Menendez, and Lyle Menendez told him before that meeting that Jose had failed to take the physical, would that be consistent with the behavior that you saw at that meeting?
Objection, improper opinion of hypothetical.
Did they seem to already know that?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained. You've already gone into this. Move on to something else.
All right. Actually, Your Honor, that was my last question.
Mr. Smith, when was the first time you met with the defense attorneys in this case?
First time I met with the defense, a defense attorney, Ms. Abramson, was, I believe, early in 1992. I'm a little unclear, but it was a meeting that took place in New York City with her and I believe a former detective, I forget his last name.
That was a male?
Yes, I believe the investigator for.
And how many times did you meet with the defense in this case?
I believe there were 2 meetings in New York and 1 at their offices in Los Angeles.
Did you have any meetings since you've been called to testify?
Since receiving the subpoena?
Yes.
Yes, 1.
Is that the one you've just referred to?
No,
There-
that is a subsequent one. There was 1 at the offices some many months ago, and then 1 meeting actually last night.
Now, did the prosecution in this case contact you and ask you if you would be interviewed?
Yes, they did.
And what was your response?
That I did not. I was informed by my lawyer that I was not required to do so, so I declined.
And so you made the choice not to consent to an interview with prosecution, correct?
I made that choice.
Your Honor, I have here a document I'd like to mark it as People's Exhibit next in order. I think that's 319.
319.
Can I approach, please?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 319, Mr. Smith, is this the document that you returned to the District Attorney's Office indicating the fact that you did not want to be interviewed by the prosecution?
Yes, it is.
Now, I take it, Mr. Smith, that you did not like Jose Menendez at all.
I think I've stated that.
And did you ever make any attempts during the course of your tenure at Live to break your contract and cease working with Mr. Menendez?
No, I didn't.
Now, who hired you to work there?
Well, I originally dealt with Peter Hoffman, who then suggested that I meet with Jose and discussed coming to work as the chief financial officer of the new company, the new video company being formed at that time.
Where had you worked prior to working at Live, sir?
Immediately prior,
Yes.
I had been the chief executive officer of a small video retailing company called Parallax Video that I had helped found.
Prior to that, where had you worked?
Prior to that, I had been a partner in establishing a video company, a laser disc video company called the Criterion Collection, which it was from late 84 to early 86.
Before that, where did you work?
Warner Communications,
And how long did you work there?
10 years, almost exactly,
So from like 73 to 83?
74 to 84.
When you met with Mr. Menendez, was it more than one meeting before you signed the contract?
There were two.
Okay, and during your 2 meetings with Mr. Menendez, did you form any opinions about his personality that made you give pause to signing the contract?
Yes, I did.
But you signed it anyway, correct?
Yes.
Now, did Mr. Menendez ever belittle you?
Oh, certainly. I mean, with me, I think he did it to my face, generally without others present.
All right, were you intimidated by him?
No, I wouldn't say I was intimidated by him. I was made uncomfortable by him, but not intimidated.
Were you aware of the financial status of IVE before Mr. Menendez took it over?
Absolutely.
And what was the financial status of the company?
The company was in virtual bankruptcy in everything but name. Totally insolvent.
And did Mr. Menendez turn the company around?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Was there anything successful about his management of what became Live Entertainment?
Oh, absolutely. I don't mean anything that I've said about his personality to detract from his abilities as a certain kind of executive.
At the time of his death, what was the financial condition of Live Entertainment?
At which time?
At the time of his death.
The company's financial condition was vastly improved.
Was it, would you consider it to be a healthy company at that time?
Yes, at that time it was.
And to whom would you attribute the majority of the responsibility for turning the company around?
To José Menendez.
And he did it himself, principally?
Well, he did it, I would say, himself for the first year, but look, to the extent that a chief executive officer of a relatively small company, at the time he took over IV, had revenues of $30 or $40 million, is the person responsible. It was his strategic plan that the company followed, and those of us who worked with him were basically what caused me to come to work for the company, despite my misgivings about the man, was my belief that he had a very, very sound and intelligent plan to build a company, and subsequent events prove that correct.
And I believe you indicated that IVE had revenues of 30 to 40 million when he took it over?
I believe it was 40, yeah.
And by the time of his death, what were the revenues of Live?
Well, again, this is partly through acquisition, but I would say for the year 1989, a year that he was there for most of the year, the revenues would be, I'd have to check the records, but in excess of $400 million.
So about 10 times the revenue as when you got there, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you respect Mr. Menendez's abilities?
I respected his intelligence.
Were you aware of anyone at the company who liked Mr. Menendez?
Absolutely. There were quite a few people who I think genuinely liked him.
Okay. Were you aware of an employee there named Vicki Greenleaf?
I knew her quite well.
And to your knowledge, she still works there, is that correct?
No, she was let go by the company some time ago.
Right. Was she there at the time of Mr. Menendez's death?
Yes.
I believe you indicated that your familiarity with Mr. Menendez's sons is that I believe you indicated you see Erik Menendez rarely. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Were you ever entertained in their home?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
On a couple of, sometimes there would be evening meetings, which were the casual sort. A couple of people from the office would go to dinner when they had the house in Calabasas, and there was a couple of such meetings. I believe one where I was alone with the Menendezes, and a couple others where others were present, and in their new house in Beverly Hills.
And during the times that you were in the home, did you ever see Mr. Menendez interact with his children?
Yes.
Right, and what, could you describe the nature of the interaction with his children?
Well, what I saw with them together was limited, and I would characterize it as as certainly lacking warmth.
Right, was he abusive towards them?
Not in my presence.
Pardon me?
Not in my presence.
Right. Did Mr. Menendez ever give you any, or tell you anything about his philosophy about giving his children too many advantages and too much money?
I remember one conversation where he spoke of it, but it was a very kind of two-edged sword. He wanted them, on the other hand, to believe that because you're my son, you can do anything. And on the other hand, to somehow prove that they had done things on their own.
Well, did you review the reports of the defense attorneys before you testified here today?
Which reports?
Well, the written reports of notes of the interviews that you had with the defense attorneys. Did you look at those?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you page, looks like about page 10. The part here that's underlined.
I saw this in the notes. I remember having said it. I can't, I think, cite a specific moment when I clearly recollect it being said, but it was in some general philosophical discussion.
All right, so you have a general recollection and a philosophical discussion that Mr. Menendez was aware and afraid of giving his children too many advantages and exposing them to too much wealth. Is that fair to say?
It's correct to say that he said it.
All right, so he did say that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I believe you indicated that Mr. Menendez sometimes displayed anger and that you had a feeling that there was some sort of physicality to that anger. Would that be correct to say?
Correct.
Did he ever hit anyone in your presence?
No,
Did he ever hit you?
certainly not.
Did you ever see him hit his children?
No.
Now, Lyle Menendez worked at Live Entertainment during the summer of 1988, is that correct?
Correct.
Who did he work for during that period of time?
I don't know exactly. I presumed, in a sense, his father, because I had limited dealings with him during that summer.
All right, so you just would see him around the office?
Correct.
Did you have anything to do with any projects or anything he was supposed to be doing?
There was one project that we were, I think, investigating, going into the video vending machines in hotels business, and my recollection is that I attempted in some way to get Lyle involved in this, but I think was told that he had other duties that he'd been given.
Now, in terms of the travel, you indicated that at least once a month someone needed to go to Minneapolis to Lieberman Enterprises, is that correct?
Yes.
Did Mr. Menendez frequently go on the monthly trip?
Yes, mostly.
And in 1989, were you aware of his travel schedule?
The trip that's been referred to, the impending trip the week following his death?
Well, no, I mean, generally, were you aware of how frequently he traveled in?
Oh, I was generally aware of his location at all times in case I needed to reach him on the business matter.
And how often would you say he traveled out of town on business per month?
I would say 3 times a month would probably be a good guess.
And would these trips be of many days duration or one day, or what was the general frequency, length of the trip?
Typical would be two-night trips, or 1 to 2 night trips. An exception in 1989 was we went on a tour to place $110 million worth of the company's bonds, and that was a trip of, I think, at least a week's duration where we were together the entire time.
Did you ever have fun with him?
No.
Did you ever, well, I believe you indicated you went to his home on occasion.
Yes.
Was that ever for social purposes?
Well, there was a Christmas party at which all of the salaried employees, I guess would be the cutoff, were invited to his house.
Did you have key man insurance?
No.
Okay. When was the last time you saw José Menendez?
I believe the Friday before his death.
And where did you see him?
Well, actually, that was the week we were in New York, and I think we split off and went, I don't know whether I stayed in New York. I don't think I stayed over the weekend. I came back to Los Angeles, but I could not be specific, but sometime toward the end of that week. It is possible that the last time was on this trip to Connecticut and New York, or maybe in the office the following Thursday or Friday. But
All right,
I
so
can't be certain.
You don't have any specific recollection when the last time was that you saw Mr. Menendez?
No, I don't.
And when you learned of his death on the 21st of August of 1989, you didn't think back to when the last time was that you'd seen him?
No.
Now, the last time that you did see him when you were in Connecticut, did you notice any change in his behavior during the period of time that you were with him? Did he seem tense or unusually unhappy or anything like that?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Now, in the video distribution business, are there people, well, let me back up. IVE was purchased from a man named Noel Bloom, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is your understanding as to Mr. Bloom's criminal connections?
Your Honor, I believe this is outside the scope.
Overruled.
I have no personal knowledge of any criminal connections of Noel Bloom.
Do you have any reputation knowledge of any criminal connections of Noel Bloom?
The company which was purchased by Carroll Co., which was called the IVE, Noel Bloom's company, had a division which was involved in producing pornography, or adult films, let us say. And we specifically, and I was not there at the time, so this is all things that I learned subsequent to arriving at the company nearly a year later, but that our purchase totally and carefully excluded any of the assets or activities of the adult film division, which was retained by Mr. Bloom. Now, in common, anybody in that business, rightly, wrongly, fairly, or unfairly, is assumed to have some kind of, quote, criminal connections.
You are aware of the fact that some people involved in the video distribution of pornography are alleged to have ties to criminal enterprise. Would that be fair to say?
I think I just said that, yes.
All right. But, of course, you can't assume that about everyone, correct?
No, what I'm saying, but some people assume it about everyone in that business.
All right. But some of the people in that business do, in fact, have character traits which one could term seedy. Would that be fair to say?
I'm going to object to this sort of character assassination of the entire industry.
Overruled.
Yes,
Okay.
I have had myself limited dealings with such people, but seedy would be an extremely accurate word.
Extremely accurate?
Accurate.
Okay. Did Live distribute pornography?
No.
Did Mr. Menendez ever talk to you about his feelings about Live distributing pornography?
He was utterly and totally opposed to it.
Okay. Did you agree with that?
Absolutely,
Okay.
as a business matter.
Correct. I wasn't asking you in a moral
Right,
sense.
that's why I was qualifying.
All right. Now, I believe you indicated that there was some talk around the company about the fact that Mr. Menendez had not taken the physical necessary to fulfill the $5 million policy. Is that correct?
I don't know about, quote, some talk around the company. I had a specific conversation with somebody who worked for me who reported to me that this had not happened,
Was that Mr. Trovinger?
Mr. Trovinger.
Do you have any knowledge that José Menendez knew that he had not yet taken the physical?
A conversation many months prior to his death between us had made a reference to his need to take the physical, but that was, my guess would be in the spring of '89.
Now, the meeting that you've referred to with the family, I think you indicated that the people who were there was Brian Anderson, Carlos Baralt, some executives from Live, yourself, and who else?
And Gary Cohen, who is the outside counsel, so he's not an executive, he's an
Okay.
independent attorney.
And both defendants were there, is that correct?
Both defendants were there.
Was there a woman there named Marta Cano?
I don't remember her being there, so my recollection is no.
All right, and you did not attend the Friday meeting, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And at this meeting then, I believe you indicated that it was your job to tell someone that the $5 million policy was not in effect, is that correct?
At the Tuesday meeting, yes.
Okay, may I have a moment, please, Your Honor? I'm almost done.
All right.
Now, was there any discussion as to why it was necessary to tell someone to make the announcement about the $5 million policy?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. This is calling for fourth court hearsay.
Would you rephrase the question?
All right, so you were told that you were going to make this announcement about the $5 million policy?
Yes.
Okay, and when during the meeting did you make the announcement?
I can't remember precisely when, but not at the beginning, but toward the end, I would guess.
And so what exactly did you say?
My recollection is that I said, look, I'm not sure that you are aware of this, but Jose's contract called for the company to pay the premiums on a $5 million policy wherein he could name the beneficiaries. However, that policy, due to Jose's failure to take a physical that was required before it could be granted, had in fact never been issued.
And when you made that statement, did either Erik Menendez or Lyle Menendez say, we knew that already?
They did not say that.
Did they say anything when you made the announcement?
Yes, I will say, I think exactly what I said before. Erik said, and the policy in favor of the company, was that in order? I think those were his exact words.
And what was his tone of voice when he said that, sir?
Extremely level and undramatic.
Was he crying at that time?
Absolutely not.
What was Lyle Menendez's reaction, if any, when you informed him in his brother's presence that the policy was not in effect?
I noted no reaction.
No, none at all. Is that
No.
correct?
No.
After this particular meeting with the defendants and after you made this, informed them of this policy or the lack of the policy, did you have any further meetings with them that week?
Yes, I met with them at the memorial service, which took place on Thursday or Friday, I can't remember which.
You spoke at the memorial service, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak well of Jose Menendez when you did that?
Of course.
Did you feel like a hypocrite?
A little bit.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yes, just a few things.
Mr. Smith, turning your attention to Vicki Greenleaf, I believe that's someone that Mrs. Bozanich just mentioned. You said she was let go by the company?
My understanding is she was let go sometime, perhaps within about a year ago or so ago.
Was she someone that you were particularly close with at the company?
Her duties brought us into frequent contact.
Was she, in your opinion, when you were acting president of this company, a valuable employee?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did you say anything? Well, first of all, do you know if you saw Vicki Greenleaf after the Tuesday meeting that you've just described?
I have no specific recollection. Immediately after?
Anytime after. Well, yes.
yeah, I mean,
Let's start with immediately after.
Immediately, I have no recollection, but it's possible.
Do you recall ever saying anything to Vicki Greenleaf about your impressions concerning the killing of Mr. Menendez or his family or anything like that after Mr. Menendez was killed?
Not anything specific, no.
Is there any reason why you wouldn't have said anything specific to her?
Well, I didn't trust Ms. Greenleaf, and I would have been extremely circumspect in anything I said to her.
You said you attended some meetings at the Calabasas home of Mr. Menendez.
Yes.
Did you notice the condition of that home?
Well, it looked like they'd barely moved in. There were packing boxes, and there was, I think, it was a rented house, I knew, and it looked like it was rented furniture. I don't know if it was or not.
Was there a particular room that had packing boxes in it?
I recall as you came in the door, there was some room, I think, empty other than boxes, yes.
And do you know if they lived in that house for some 2.5 years?
I think that was the period, yes.
And over the entire time that you knew Mr. Menendez, did it always look like they had just moved in?
All the times I was there.
You said you had observed the interaction between Mr. Menendez and his sons, and you described it as lacking warmth.
Yes, but I had a limited opportunity to make that observation.
Did the sons appear to be respectful and dutiful on the occasions
Yes,
when you
yes.
saw them? Now, this particular conversation, where Mr. Menendez is talking about, I guess, what he wants for his children, Did Mr. Menendez talk to you about his own background?
Quite a bit, yeah.
And was his story in his, well, did he express his story to you as a poor boy from poverty who, by his own efforts, became a millionaire?
Objection beyond scope.
Sustained.
Was the discussion about his boys and their advantages interlinked by Mr. Menendez with his own background?
He had certainly made it clear to me that for a period of his time following leaving Cuba, that he had to suffer what he described as the sort of indignity of working in kitchens and putting himself through school, and that this had been a shock to him, having come from a, I assume, upper middle class background in Cuba.
So he didn't start out as a poor boy. It's just when he got to the United States, he had to support himself?
That was,
Cause for speculation.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Is that what he was telling you, that he came from something of an upper class background?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Now, could you explain to us, I'll just get to that. In the section of the report that Mrs. Bazanich showed you, do you recall a statement from yourself that Mr. Menendez's philosophy was, quote, "You are my son, you must be me"?
yes.
Okay? And as far as you understood it, that was his philosophy towards his children. They had to be him.
Well, they had to be winners, and of course he thought of himself as a winner.
And you said he made the statement that he was afraid of giving his kids too many advantages and exposing them to too much wealth.
That was he made the statement, but as typical of Jose, very often his stated beliefs and his behavior were at variance.
And how, in this case, you didn't believe that he felt that way, in other words?
Objection improper opinion.
Sustained.
Did you accept this at face value?
Objection improper opinion.
Sustained.
What did you mean, Mr. Smith, when you said to Mrs. Bazanich that, yes, Mr. Menendez said those words?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
What was the behavior of Mr. Menendez that you felt was in contravention to that statement of his?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Well, Your Honor, I'd like to approach.
No, let's move on to something else.
No, I'd like,
Let's
this is
move
my
on to
last
something else.
area.
Okay. Last few questions is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, you may approach. By the way, does the defense have any more witnesses today?
No.
Okay, so once we finish this, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be on your way until we come back. So I'll give you some more information about the schedule in a few moments.
Now, did Mr. Menendez tell you that he expected his sons to behave like him?
Yes.
And did he also expect them to be unpretentious?
Is that what he said? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I don't remember any such words.
You used the word unpretentious in describing to me what Mr. Menendez was saying to you. Is that correct?
Objection hearsay.
Sustained.
What was he saying to you about how he wanted his boys to act and be?
On frequent occasions, he would talk to me or others present, not necessarily to me alone, but sometimes alone, about his methods of instilling character in his sons. This was a subject of great importance to him, and as I, and listened to it, it struck me as hypocritical.
Your Honor, I move to strike the opinion of the witnesses improper.
Objection sustained. How it struck the witness is stricken. Jury is admonished to disregard it.
Okay. Did he, you actually heard him talking to his sons, particularly on the phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And was what you heard different than what he would say during these discussions that you've just described?
Objection calls for opinion on the part of the
Overruled.
Yes, it was, what I heard was of the be a winner. That's it. Don't ever lose. Don't show weakness.
Now, did you ever have any reason to believe, based on anything Mr. Menendez ever said, that he thought the physical, he being Mr. Menendez, thought the physical for the $15 million policy applied to both policies?
I had specific information to the contrary from Mr. Menendez.
I have nothing further.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down. You're excused.
John, Jon, Nickel, Nickel.
Mr. Nickel, what is your occupation?
I'm a security investigator,
And where do you work?
Miramar Sheraton Hotel,
How long have you been working there?
approximately 2 years.
Did you hold a different job in 1987 and into 1988?
Yes, I did.
What were you doing in
I-
1987 and 1988?
I worked for Big Five Sporting Goods,
And were you working at a particular store?
the Santa Monica location.
Okay. Would you look at the board that's next to you and see if you recognize a photograph of the Big Five store that you worked at in 1987 and 1988?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, for the record, that's a photograph that's been previously marked as Exhibit 290. Do you also recognize beneath this photo of the Big Five store a photograph showing the streets where the store is located?
Yes.
And that's a store that's on Wilshire Boulevard?
Corner of Wilshire and Franklin.
Okay. When did you begin working at the Big Five at the corner of Wilshire and Franklin in Santa Monica?
I believe it was August of 1987.
And how long did you work there?
Approximately 6 months.
So you stopped working in about February of 1988?
Correct.
Were you working full-time or part-time?
I was a part-time employee.
And as a part-time employee, how many days a week did you work?
3 to 4.
And on the 3 to 4 days a week that you worked, how many hours a day were you at the store?
6 to 8 hours.
During the time you worked at the Big Five, were you assigned to a particular department?
Yes.
And what department were you assigned to?
The Guns and Fishing Department.
Now, also on the board, I've put up a series of photographs that have been previously marked 281, 282, and 284. Would you look at those and see if you tell us if you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes, those are the display cases to the gun department, the counter where the gun department is.
Okay, and that's in the Big Five that you worked at?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Nickel, since you stopped working at the Big Five in February of 1988, have you had occasion to visit that store from time to time?
Yes.
Approximately how often?
Several times for shopping purposes.
Okay. Have you, did you go there recently?
Yes, I did.
And when did you go there recently?
First Sunday of this month, I believe it was the 3rd.
That'd be the 3rd of October?
Yes.
And did you go there because someone asked you
Yes, I
to
did.
visit the store? Who asked you to visit the store?
Armando Lopez.
And did Mr. Lopez give you any instructions about what you were supposed to do when you went to the store?
He asked me if I would view the gun department and to see how it looked and if I could recall anything regarding it.
Okay. And did you go there on October 3rd and look at the gun department?
Yes, I did.
And when you went there on October 3rd, did the gun department appear to you to be in the same condition or look the same as you remember it when you last worked there in
It looked the
February?
same as I recall.
Okay. And do the pictures that are up on the board also show the gun department in roughly the same configuration as you recall when you worked there in 1988?
Yes.
Okay. There are also some photographs in front of you that have been previously marked. Would you look at those and see if those are also photographs that show that particular department at the Big Five on Wilshire and Franklin in Santa Monica?
Yes.
When you, okay, for the record, Your Honor, the numbers of the exhibits that are in front of the witness but not on the board are 283, 285, 286, 287, and 288. Mr. Nickel, when you first went to work for the Big Five, were you experienced with guns? Did you have any prior handgun? Or
No, I had no knowledge of guns.
Okay. So you learned as you went along?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the guns that are contained in the glass case that are depicted in the photographs on the board. Are those real guns?
No, they are not.
Okay. When you first started working at the Big Five, could you tell whether or not those guns in the cabinet were real or not?
I didn't know.
Okay. Is there any sign on the cabinet saying these are pellet guns, they're not real? Anything like that?
Then, no. Now I don't know.
Okay. And also directing your attention to some rifles that appear in the photographs in the upper right-hand area. Were those rifles there when you worked at the Big Five in 1988?
I don't know if those particular rifles were there, but there were rifles there, yes.
Okay, so there were rifles displayed in a
Correct.
similar manner. Okay. The rifles that were displayed in the manner depicted in that photograph, are they real or fake or a combination of the two?
Then, when I was working there, we had a combination of them. And there, I don't know.
Okay, so when you were working there were rifles displayed as shown in the photographs, and some of them were real and some of them were just
Yes.
pellet guns or air rifles.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay, thank you very much. I have nothing further.
Any examination on behalf of Lyle Menendez? No. Cross-examination?
Mr. Nickel, are you a friend of Mr. Armando Lopez?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a friend of his?
Several years.
Did you know him when you were working at the Big Five in Santa Monica?
No, I did not.
So you met him after you stopped working there?
He was a friend of the family. I didn't actually know him personally. Afterwards, I did.
Was he a friend of your family, to your knowledge, at the time that you were working at Big Five?
Yes.
Were there any handguns sold at the Big Five that you've referred to during the time that you worked there in 87 and 88?
No.
Was there a waiting period for pellet guns when you worked at the Big Five between 87 and 88?
I don't believe so.
Were there any weapons that you sold when you worked at the Big Five that required a 14 or 15-day waiting period?
Honestly, I don't recall.
You're aware of the fact that the laws about shotguns and rifles has changed in the last few years about them now requiring a waiting period?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
Rephrase the question.
Are you aware that the law has changed in regards to the waiting period, which is now applicable to shotguns?
I wasn't aware, no.
Okay. All right, so in 1987 or 88, did you have any weapons, to the best of your recollection, which required a waiting period?
No.
Pardon me?
There was no waiting period, to my knowledge.
When you worked at the Big Five during this time period, did you in fact sell real shotguns?
Yes.
And in order to purchase those shotguns during the period of time that you worked there, was paperwork required to be filled out by the purchaser?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond scope.
Yes.
And did that paperwork require the production of identification?
Yes.
And were you working in that Big Five in August of 1989?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mrs. Bozanich asked you about your relationship with Mr. Lopez. Are you coming here today because of any friendship with Mr. Lopez?
No, he had asked, we had discussed the situation regarding Big Five. He asked if I was willing to testify. I said I was.
Okay. And you're not getting paid or anything to
No.
be here? Okay, you're just coming because you have some information?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Sitka.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness.
Nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please say it to me.
My full name is Alicia M. Hertz, Hercz.
Mrs. Hertz, what is your present occupation?
I am a teacher with Georgetown Visitation Prep. It's a Catholic school, all-girls school in Washington, D.C.
And how long have you been a teacher?
This will be my 17th year.
And were you a teacher at Princeton Day School for a period of time?
Yes, I was.
And as a teacher there, did you get to know Mr. and Mrs. Menendez and their two sons, Erik and Lyle, who are seated here?
Yes, I did.
And did you have contact with them by being a neighbor of theirs as well as by being a teacher?
Most definitely. We were neighbors twice. Once we lived about 4 to 6 blocks away from them. Then my husband was transferred to Paris, 1980-81. We first met them in 79. And when we returned, we resumed our relationship with them in 1982 all the way to 1989. And then we were 4 doors down from them.
Okay, so when you returned in 1982, you lived 4 doors down from them,
yes,
is that correct?
Yes, we did, on the lake.
And when the Menendez family moved to California in 1986, I presume you stayed in New Jersey, is that correct?
Yes, we did. Yes.
Did you continue to have contact with the family after they left California?
Yes, simply because our family lives here, and we would come in December, as well as at Easter. And so whenever we would visit, we would let them know that we would be in town, and we would meet.
Did you have Lyle Menendez as a student of yours?
I certainly did.
And
yes.
when was that?
That was September of 1984 through June of 85, and for half a year in 85, because it was a class that 3 of us team taught.
Now, who were the 3 of you who did the team teaching?
Mrs. Sandra Sharp, Fernando Gonzalez, and myself.
And the classes that you had him in, were these large classes or small classes?
No, the first one had only 5 students. We met in a tutorial sort of situation.
And what did you teach?
I taught grammar and composition.
English or Spanish?
Spanish, of course.
And did you get to know Lyle Menendez during the time he was a student in your class?
Yes, you do get to know students when there are only 5 of them in a class. Yes.
Was there something unusual about the schedule that he kept?
Well, the class met first period, and I always saw him coming in a bit late. And at first that bothered me, and then I realized that that was the way things were in his house.
And what do you mean that's the way things were in his house?
I just, when I first approached him the first few times, it was evident that it was no fault of his that he was late.
How would he be dressed when he came in?
Tennis clothes.
Is this the way the other children dressed?
No.
And how did he look? Was he well-groomed, or did he look like he'd been doing something else before he got there?
He was clean, but sometimes his hair wasn't combed. He was always with tennis clothes, even when it was cold.
And did you learn that he played tennis in the morning before he came to school?
We knew that tennis was a very big part of his day.
Was there a problem that developed with regard to the quality of the work he did in class versus what he brought from home?
Yes, this class being a grammar and composition class, it was required of the students to read some very difficult literature. And I would ask them to write compositions. And the compositions that came back to me were wonderful. They were perfectly written. And every so often we'd have a grammar exam, and I could not really equate what went on in an exam versus the composition I was getting, which I would imagine would take a lot of critical thinking, a lot of knowledge in the language to be able to write that good of a composition. So I, in one of the parent-teacher conferences, I did bring it up to Joe and Kitty.
Now, when you say Joe and Kitty, is this Mr. and Mrs. Menendez?
Mr. and Mrs. Menendez, yes.
Is the short version of what you're telling us is that somebody else was doing the work that was coming from home besides Lyle?
Objection, false or speculation, legally subjective.
Sustained.
Did you have an opinion as to whether Lyle was doing the work that was coming from home?
I had an opinion that there was no way that someone with the grammar knowledge that he had would be writing these compositions.
Now, did you have a discussion with his parents with regard to this problem?
Yes, because of it, I gave the
All right,
child...
you've answered the question.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry,
That's
Your
okay.
Honor.
Your next question, please.
What happened in that conversation with his parents about this problem?
Yes, he received a 2 grade.
And what is it? What is the top grade?
1.
Okay.
And they came to see me, and they asked why the 2 rather than the 1. And I explained that he said nothing in class, never spoke, and the grammar wasn't up to par. But the compositions were great, so I had to give him a 2, but there was no way that I could, of good conscience, give him a 1.
And did Mr. Menendez accept this gracefully?
No, not at all, and Kitty accepted it even less gracefully.
Were they confrontational with you?
Extremely so.
Were they frightening?
Yes,
Were they intimidating?
yes.
Did you push this, what appeared to be cheating, as far as you might have with another student?
Oh, the way that we did things as teachers is we would have academic meetings no less than every 2 weeks, once a month. And during these meetings, we would bring up students' names. And the student's name would be put on the board, and we would say things that we felt had to be aired. And I would bring it up at every academic meeting, at every level meeting.
And did other teachers have similar problems
Similar or other comments, yes,
with regard to both Lyle and Erik?
yes.
And was there a general reputation of the parents in the school that affected what decisions were made about what to do about their children?
Most definitely.
And what was that?
Objection, false or hearsay.
Sustained.
Did the teachers talk about problems that they were having with Lyle and Erik?
Yes, they did.
And did they talk about problems they were having with the parents?
Yes, they did.
And based on their perception of the parents, did they then proceed to have confrontations with the parents or decide not to?
Objection, this is irrelevant, Your Honor.
Also calls for speculation. Objection sustained.
Did you have any other confrontations with Mr. and Mrs. Menendez about this situation with someone else doing Lyle's homework? Did you personally?
No, I left it up to the administrators to handle it.
And why didn't you do it personally?
I knew it wouldn't do any good, and secondly, I really didn't welcome confrontational meetings whereby I would have to be put in an aggressive position. So I would tell my administrators to call them in and handle it.
Okay.
I felt they had a lot more power than I would. I did what I could.
And
Without damaging the child, you can't.
was your concern that some of this would spill over onto the students?
Right.
And was this your response with regard to all parents, or was this just with these parents?
No. With most parents, we could write notes. They were called interims. With most parents, we would even sometimes pick up the phone and talk.
Why didn't you pick up the phone and call Mrs. Menendez and say, you got to stop this?
It wouldn't have worked.
Why?
Just
Objection, this is speculation, Your Honor.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Why did you say that Mrs. Menendez was even more confrontational than Mr. Menendez?
She could be fierce. She could be rigid in her thinking, stubborn, and you knew also that your job could be put at stake. They were intimidating people. They intimidated all of us.
All of us meaning the teachers?
Teachers, administrators, neighbors.
Objection as to others, Your Honor.
Sorry.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken in regards to intimidating others. From that point on, the answer is stricken. The rest of the answer will stand.
Did you have a situation in which Lyle engaged in what you thought was unusual behavior with regard to coming to visit you?
Yes, there were two instances. I had a very small, not very nice office the first year I taught there. And one day Lyle came and sat in my office in full view of kids that would be passing in the hallway. And, you know, sometimes kids don't like to come into teacher's office because that's an immediate sign of what problem did he get into, or does he need help with homework. But he sat there, and so I tried to elicit something from him. And to be honest with you, there was no exchange. There were no words exchanged for 30, 40 minutes. And I wondered what it was, what this was all about. No other student had ever done this.
And did that happen a second time?
This happened twice.
And was the second visit the same? He just came and sat there?
Exactly the same.
And did you try to find out what was going on?
Well, you try to elicit. You know, you say, hello, how are you? You need help with your homework, etc. You elicit. You try to. But when nothing is forthcoming, you realize that, you know, there's just so far you can go. And I didn't want to make him feel unwelcomed also. I didn't want to say, well, if you have nothing to say, leave. So I kept hoping that he would say something. Open up.
Did you mention this behavior to his mother?
I mentioned it to her the next time we met socially.
And did you express some concern about what was going on?
Most definitely. I said, Kitty,
Right, you answered the question when you said most definitely. The next question, please.
And after you told Mrs. Menendez about Lyle's behavior,
Yes.
Did Lyle ever come back to your office?
Never.
How would you describe Mrs. Menendez? You knew her both as a parent of a student of yours and as a neighbor.
Yes.
What was she like?
Kitty could be fierce in her stance about things. She could be needy at other times, pathetic, kind of suspicious of people, unorganized, spacey, all kinds of contradicting things.
Would she be, you said she was disorganized?
Yes.
Would she forget things, like she'd have assignments for parties or something? And
Yes. Or we would go to her house for dinner, and we would start helping with the dinner because dinner wasn't quite done, or we would have to all engage in helping her cook.
Was she athletic?
Very athletic. She could beat my husband at tennis.
What was her house like? What was the condition of the house?
Her house had a lot of animals in it, and I always felt that maybe part of the disruptive quality of the home or the smells had maybe to do with the animals. There was a feeling of not total cleanliness and good grooming and good housekeeping attached to it.
You mentioned smells?
Yes.
Animal smells?
Yeah, primarily, yes.
Unpleasant animal smells?
Unpleasant, yes.
And what was Mr. Menendez like?
Joe was extremely good at intimidating people. He was abusive, could be cruel to people, even in a social setting, controlling. I found him destructive at times. If a party was going on, he had an edge about him or something about him that could almost destroy the mood. Very cruel, very sarcastic.
Did he appear to be controlling of his wife?
Totally.
Why do you say that?
I never knew of any other couple that when a certain time of the day came, that he would say, Kitty, you're sleepy, we're going home. Or he would make hand signals when he wanted her to stop talking. Or he would finish a story for her.
Did she fight back, or did she
Never.
just take this?
No, she never fought that back.
Did she seem to have a drinking problem?
She drank.
Was there a situation at a memorial party in which Jose's controlling behavior was demonstrated toward Lyle?
we were invited to a picnic at their house, and we sat on a bench eating, the four of us, my husband and Joe and Lyle and I. And my husband knew that Lyle was ready to graduate in June. This was in May. And we have a son who's now 21. So my husband was trying to engage in conversation with Lyle, much like he does with Michael. And he was
Michael's
saying,
your son?
Yes, ma'am. He was saying, well, what are your plans, and what are you going to do in June? And no matter what my husband asked, Joe would answer, not Lyle. He just sat there. And Mr. Menendez answered every question, which I found extremely odd.
How old was Lyle at this time?
Lyle was ready to graduate from high school. This was in May. He was graduating in June.
Was there an incident in which you were playing tennis next to Lyle Menendez and his father, José Menendez?
At the Hopewell Valley Center, there were women, some of us women, who didn't belong to country clubs or anything like that, that we would have an hour's worth of court time. And, we would play from 9 to 10 in the morning or 8 to 9. And in the court next to us, Mr. Menendez and Lyle had court time as well. And I saw that interaction frequently.
And what was that interaction like?
Mr. Menendez instructed Lyle the whole hour, shouted commands, told him what to do, how to hit the ball, where to stand, the entire time he spoke.
Did Lyle say anything back?
Lyle was a total robot. Very, very much like a robot would be.
Did you hear a lot of good shots or positive comments?
No.
Did you hear any positive comments?
Not that I can remember. It was really instructional, primarily instructions.
Was there something about that stood out in your mind?
In the only sense that I have a child, or I had a...
Objections is irrelevant.
Sorry.
Objection sustained.
Was there something unusual about that, or is this what you just see as regular father-son interaction?
Objection is irrelevant.
Sustained.
Would you consider the type of conduct that you observed to be harmful, abusive, cruel?
Objection, also speculation and proper approval.
Sustained.
How would you describe the type of interaction that you observed, you both saw and heard?
Irrelevant.
All right, she's already answered that question. Objection sustained.
When you were living there as their neighbors,
Yes.
was there an incident in which there was a major storm?
Yes, it was in July of '84. We lived on a lake, a man-made lake, and it emptied onto a dam, quite a nice-sized dam, and then it would go on into various creeks all the way into Princeton. We lived in Pennington, and there was this lake which had a dam, and then it flowed. The waters flowed into Princeton.
And when you had this storm in July of '84, did something happen to the boats?
Yes, we had a boat, and we realized the storm was coming. We only had a little sunfish. And I remember my husband and our neighbor and my son pulling the boat onto the sand landing and tying the boat. And all our neighbors did the same because the storm was really getting horrible and the waters were rising. And even with that, the 12 boats went over the dam. There was nothing anyone could do. You could just see them, and it was just horrible.
And were people looking for the boats?
A day or two later, everyone began by car with the right instruments, with whatever, to follow the route to see what we could gather from these little sunfish boats. And they all ended up in little bits and pieces down the way.
And did something happen in connection for the search for the boats with regard to Erik?
Yes, the Menendez had been away that weekend, so when they came back, there were no boats. And so Kitty sent Erik out to look for the boats because she had it in her head that he had not tied the boat correctly and they had lost their boats because of Erik. So she had him looking for the boat alone and was told that he couldn't return home until he found it.
And Did he come to your house during the course of looking for the boat?
Many times.
And did any other families have their children looking by themselves for the boats?
Objection irrelevant?
No. No, that was not the kind of mission you could send a child out alone.
Was this a family that was open?
No.
How would you describe them?
Hermetically sealed kind of thing. Whatever they wanted you to know, they would let you know.
Objection, this is speculation.
What,
Objection sustained, the entire answer is true.
when you would get together in the neighborhood, would people talk about their families and
Yes.
what was going on?
Yes.
And what would the Menendez family talk about?
Tennis, Joe's promotions,
Anything else?
not personal.
Did the family seem to have an interest in exerting a lot of control over Lyle and his girlfriends?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a picture that we've marked as 196. Your Honor, the prosecution's already seen this. May I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Hoots, do you recognize the photograph?
Oh, yes.
And who is in that photograph?
Stacy.
Stacy. Stacy's last name. Do you know Feldman?
I don't know her last name because she was never a student of mine. Yes, I do
And
recognize
who's
her.
with Stacy?
Lyle.
Did Lyle have a lot of friends in school?
No.
How would you describe him? A member of a group, a loner? How would you describe him?
A loner. Sad, pathetic, alone, morose, non-communicative.
And did he then find a girlfriend?
He found a girlfriend.
And is that Stacy Feldman there in the
Yes.
picture?
Yes.
And was there something unusual about the relationship between Lyle and Stacy?
Yes.
What was that?
The other kids thought it uncool to hold hands or be so unguarded in the hallways to show affection towards each other. But they were always holding each other. They were always together, which again was brought up in many faculty meetings. What do we do with this?
Was it a problem for the school or just unusual?
We just viewed it as something Lyle needed it, and as long as it didn't go beyond this, it just was holding hands and you know, and this kind of thing, that it was okay.
And was there something unusual about the amount of time that they spent together?
It was obsessive. It was really, that's all they had. They had each other.
And the school decided to not
To
interfere?
sort of turn the head a little bit and not report, you know, as we would with any other kid.
Why?
I think out of,
Irrelevant, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you have, did you observe either Mr. Menendez or Mrs. Menendez being affectionate with either of their sons?
not in front of me, no, not ever.
Was there a time when Mr. and Mrs. Menendez invited you over to their house to see a movie?
They had invited us over for dinner, not just us, a large group in the neighborhood. Do you want me to name some names? Matt's
no, that's okay. So there's some neighbors there.
Yes, a nice large group for dinner.
Okay. And then did they proceed to show you a movie?
After dinner, we played Trivial Pursuit. And after playing Trivial Pursuit, some people had to leave because by then it was getting late.
Question is, did they show you a movie?
Yes, they did, Your Honor, they
Your
did.
next question.
I'm sorry. Yeah, they
And
did.
Do you remember, did that movie stand out in your mind?
Tremendously so.
Do you remember the name of that movie?
Yes, I do.
And can you first say it and then spell it for
Yes.
us?
Pixote. Pixote.
And you remember that you were shown this film in their home?
Yes, I was.
Let me go back, if I may. We were talking about Lyle's relationship with Stacy Feldman. Did you have conversations with Mr. and Mrs. Menendez that indicated to you that they had a strong interest in him, whether he had a girlfriend or not, and who the girlfriend was?
She worried. She didn't want things to get too serious enough that it would impede with other things.
What were the other things she didn't want interfered with?
Tennis tournaments, his future.
Did it seem like the parents were going to be in control of the future for Lyle?
Sustained.
Based on their conversations,
Yes.
did you feel that the parents were taking an active role in controlling Lyle's life?
Absolutely, totally, unquestionably.
And did that include his selection of girlfriends?
Yes.
And was there concern that the girls he was picking were going to get his money?
Absolutely. That's why I described her as suspicious.
When is the last time that you saw either Mr. or Mrs. Menendez?
I saw Kitty the very last time, August 1st, 1989,
And where was it that you saw her?
at her home.
You were out here visiting?
I was out here visiting, and my son and I called her as we left the hotel to urge her to come to dinner with us.
Had you had a series of calls with her?
Many.
And she was going to go and not going to go and back and forth?
Many, yes.
Did she seem unusually confused and indecisive?
Yes, she didn't know whether she could come. She asked us to drive by the house. She said, well, you could come in for a cocktail. I want to see you. I want to see you. So we decided to come by the house before going to dinner.
Okay. Did you have other people in the car with you?
We did. We had 3 cars. My mother-in-law was in one car. My son and I were in the rental car, and our best friends were in the 3rd car, Jim and Sue Stauffer. And we stopped in front of their house.
Okay. Did you call before you went to the house?
Yes, I wanted to let her know now is when we're leaving.
Okay. And how much time between that call and when you arrived at the door?
The hotel was the Universal Hilton, which was called the Registry then. And I would say it would take, 10, 12 minutes, 15 minutes at most.
And who went to the door?
Michael and I knocked on her door.
And did you wait a long time before she answered?
15 minutes at least.
And
we,
you had-
we were amazed by this.
Okay. Now, you had just spoken to her on the phone 10
Yes.
or 12 minutes before.
Yes.
And did she eventually open the door?
She opened the door and let Michael and I in.
How did the house seem?
Very dark.
Was
Very,
this during
very
the
dark.
day or at
It was
night?
during the day. It must have been between 5 and 6 in the afternoon.
Was it all closed up?
Yes.
And how did she seem?
Strange. The strangest I had ever seen her.
Did it seem like there was something wrong with her?
Yes.
And this is leading into justice.
Okay.
Calls for executive.
Sustained on a lot of ground, the answer is stricken.
When you say she seemed strange, what did you observe about her that seemed strange?
Well, when you see that the people that have just knocked on your door have other people outside, you would then say, do they want to come in and have a glass of water or what? She didn't do that, so just Michael and I walked in.
Okay. Did she invite you to sit down?
No, we were sitting on the side of the sofa.
Was her
On the-
conversation strange?
Yes, it was. She kept staring at Michael and staring at me, and then she kept saying, oh, I have to call Lyle because you're now living close to Lyle. And so she would go to the phone, and then she would come back and tell us about the fish she was frying, and then she would come back and tell us why she couldn't go to dinner. And it was all like something that is not in a normal conversation.
Okay. Did she also talk to you about a trip she was about to take?
Yes, she said she was going to go to South America within a very short time.
And had you ever heard her talk about South America
Not at
before?
all. My family is originally from Argentina, and I thought that I knew her then for 8 years. Why didn't she ever tell me that she had family in South America or that she was going to go? So I found it very peculiar that she would bring that up. She said she was going to go see family in South America. Didn't make any sense.
How long were you in the house with her that time?
We were there about 25, 30 minutes.
Had you ever seen her seem so bizarre on any other encounter you'd had with her?
No, I hadn't.
And
Never.
that's the last time you saw her?
That's the last time I saw her, and both my son and I walked out with her. He holding her around the waist and I holding her around the waist. It just seemed as though that's what she needed.
She needed physical support?
Physical support.
Now, this was in August of 1989?
August 1st, 1989.
So this was just several weeks before her death? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any examination on behalf of Erik Menendez?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few questions.
Mrs. Hertz, you
Yes.
mentioned an incident involving the search for the sunfish,
Yes.
and that occurred in 1984.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that Erik came to your house many times.
Yes.
Was this during the course of his efforts to find the family's boat?
Yes, ma'am.
And why was he coming to your house looking for the family's boat? You know?
Because
Sustained.
Did Erik say anything to you about why he was at your house looking for the
yeah,
boat?
he wanted instructions. What did we do in searching for the boat? He also needed to get dried up every so often. He needed, a little bit of warmth and drying up. His clothing were wet.
Okay, so that he was asking you what your family had done to try and find
Absolutely.
the boat. And what had your family done to try and find the boat?
Well,
Sustained.
Had you gone out driving in
we
the
had
car
gone
with
out
an adult?
driving.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Okay. You said that Erik came to your house because he needed to dry off.
Yes, yes,
Did you see that he was wet?
absolutely. And cold.
By wet, do you mean,
Wet physically. The clothes were very wet.
okay. And you said that he was also cold?
Yes.
And how, over the course of how long did this search occur?
Well, last time we saw him, it was very, very dark at night. And that's when I picked up the phone and called Kitty.
The question is how.
Sorry.
Ask the question again, please.
All right, so you last saw Erik, it was dark at night?
Dark. By then it was dark.
And were you, how did you react to seeing this boy out looking for the boat?
That I
in the
had to
cold?
call Mom. Sorry.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Did you do anything after the last time that you saw Erik when it was dark out?
I called his mother.
Okay. And did you ask his mother to do anything in
Yes.
that phone call?
Yes.
Overruled.
What did you ask his mother to do?
I asked her to first not place the blame on Erik because we all knew what had happened with the storm, and 12 boats were lost, to no one's blame. And second, for Joe or someone to help Erik when it was daylight, but definitely not to go on with this.
And did you then send Erik home?
Well, we don't know where he went. We have no idea.
In any event, Erik left your house,
He left our house.
and you don't know whether or not he went home or continued his search.
I have no idea.
Was Mrs. Menendez, when you spoke to her on the phone and tried to explain that it wasn't Erik's fault, sympathetic?
Oh, no. No, she was firm about her beliefs.
And did she indicate that Erik should continue looking for the boat?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if the boat was ever found?
I doubt it seriously. All the other ones were found in pieces.
How old was Erik at about the time this happened?
I don't know. All I can tell you is that Lyle would have been a junior in high school.
So Erik would have been 13?
Probably, yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Hurst?
Yes.
Where were you born?
I was born in Argentina.
Have you heard of a place called Quito, Peru? Is that
Yes,
how you
sir.
pronounce it?
Yes, sir.
Is that where Mrs. Menendez said she was going?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you heard her say Quito, Peru, you knew where that was.
Absolutely.
Had you been there?
No.
Okay. Did you grow up close by to there?
No, the only countries in South America that I've ever visited were Argentina and Chile. And that's when I was 10.
Okay. Now, when she said Quito, Peru, she had to take a trip,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you know that they went to, in August, early August, they went to a place called Kalamazoo. Have you ever heard of that place?
Of course.
Now, Kalamazoo, did you know that there was a tennis tournament that Erik Menendez was playing in early August, and that they took a trip to Kalamazoo in early August?
When I saw Kitty, sir, I was leaving for Europe. The reason we were here was to say goodbye to my mother-in-law. And so I don't know, other than the trip to South America that she said she was going to take.
And she said
whether they were going to go to Kalamazoo or not, I'm sorry, I don't know.
specifically, she said Quito, Peru.
Quito, Peru, yes, sir.
Now, you said that you went there on August 1st of 1989?
Yes, sir.
That was about 19 days before the killings in this case?
Yes, sir.
Now, when is it that you first talked to her on this trip, that you actually saw her on August 1st?
Yes, sir. We were here for almost 2 weeks. We had arrived in mid-July, and we're staying at the registry, which is now the Hilton. And she would call me a lot from her car phone, because she was busy going back and forth to the house in Calabasas and decorating it. And my schedule somehow was very busy, and her schedule was busy, and we primarily spoke on the phone.
When was it, if you can recall, the first time that you spoke to her on this trip to California?
I can't pin it down, sir. Maybe there are records in her car phone that would show that.
Was it a day before, 2 days before?
Couldn't tell you, sir. Couldn't tell you. I know that the day that I saw her, she had called me from her car phone numerous times.
During this period of time, did she indicate to you that she was busy driving the defendants around for tennis and that sort of thing?
She told me more about Lyle's new home in Princeton than about tennis, because we had sold our house and were living in temporary quarters in Canal Point. And she knew that he would be living in the same neighborhood, so she wanted us to connect. And the thrust of the conversation was, give me your number, I'll give you his number, try to connect with Lyle.
The last time you saw her, she appeared to have a lot of things going on.
Yes, sir.
She was frying some fish, and she was
Yes, sir.
mentioned that she would like you to get a hold or contact her son Lyle
Yes.
back in New Jersey.
Yes.
And so how long had you lived in New Jersey at that point?
Well, as I said, we first moved there in ~79, were taken to Paris in '80-81, returned in '82, and were moved to Washington, D.C. about 3.5, 4 years ago.
And then you started to, you saw, when did you last see the brothers?
I can't remember when I saw them last. It's been a long, long time.
Did you see them, or did Kitty Menendez, Mary Lou Menendez, talk about her sons on the last occasion that you saw her?
Primarily where Lyle was going to live.
Did she also mention anything about Lyle's girlfriend at that time?
All I can remember, sir, is that there had been 2 or 3 girlfriends in a row. There was one that was older than Lyle that was in tennis, like a pro. But I don't know if that was the one that she was referring to, or another one who was model.
This model.
So I don't know which one she might have been referring to.
Okay. When you say she might have been referring to one of the two, what do you mean by that? What did Kitty Menendez, Mary Lou Menendez, say about Lyle's girlfriend?
That she was very unhappy about it. That the girl was a gold digger or something like that.
Did she mention that she was upset that this girlfriend might be pregnant?
Yes.
And Mary Lou Menendez told you that?
In a way. In a way. She said she wished that Joe had taught Lyle the facts of life better.
So what Mary Lou Menendez told you and what the family told you wasn't restricted to, as you had testified, to tennis and Jose's promotions. Mary Lou also told you about some of the problems that were happening.
On the phone. But on this last day, it primarily was about where he was going to live.
Where Lyle was going to live?
Yes, sir.
In New Jersey?
Yes, sir.
But on the phone during that period of time, that week or two that you were
Yes.
there, Mary Lou Menendez told you some of the problems that she was having with her sons?
Some of the things came out as the decorating of the house. She found that very, very difficult. She said several times that he or she felt out of her league in the Beverly Hills area.
With regard to this girlfriend, did Mrs. Menendez indicate to you that they had to speak to Lyle Menendez about that situation?
Oh, gosh. The only things I can remember were that she thought it was not appropriate for Lyle to be going with her. That was the thrust.
This was the model girlfriend?
Again, I don't know if it was the model one or the one that had been a tennis pro. I was not that close to know.
Now, on the day that you actually saw Mrs. Menendez, did you make some arrangements preliminarily to have dinner with the
Yes,
family?
sir. We had made reservations at a restaurant that was called Cactus in Beverly Hills because
Yeah.
we found that it was nice, and we really wanted her and Joe to come with us.
Who was going to come to the dinner that you had
The
set up?
Stoffers, my mother-in-law, my son, myself, and we kept asking Kitty to join us and her husband. She said that Joe had a meeting.
Did you ask that the sons come as well? If you'd want to
No,
see them?
sir, no.
You didn't invite the sons?
No, sir, I didn't know if the sons were in the house or not. I did not see them.
When you got to the Menendez house in Beverly Hills, and Kitty came to the door, or Mrs. Menendez came
Yes,
to the
sir.
door,
Yes, sir.
did she greet you and your son?
Oh, yes.
How did she do that?
Well, we are very warm, my family, and we tend to hug immediately. So I am sure I hugged her, and I'm sure Michael did too.
And
I mean, it wasn't like shaking hand or anything, you know.
Was she happy to see you?
I can't tell if she was happy or not. It was hard to read her that day.
But you hugged, you embraced,
I hugged her, yes, I'm
and
sure.
she hugged your son.
I am sure.
And did she tell you that she was busy at that time?
No, we were just following her, and there was silence. And then again, I said she didn't say anything about the people outside. She didn't offer us anything to drink. She would stare, and then she would go talk on the phone, and then she would come back, and she talked about South America, and then it was a very unusual thing.
About this trip to Quito, Peru.
Yes, sir.
Did you know that Mrs. Menendez had relatives in the Oak Lawn area of Illinois, the Chicago area of Illinois?
I probably knew that years ago when we first met them.
Do you know about how close that is to Kalamazoo, Michigan?
No, sir, I don't.
Did you know that she had visited her relatives near Kalamazoo on this August trip?
No, sir.
Didn't know about that?
I would not know that. I'm sorry.
Now, this lost boat incident that you were talking about,
Yes,
when
sir.
I believe in 1984.
Yes.
So Erik Menendez was a teenager at that time.
Yes.
Now, isn't it true that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez thought that Erik Menendez had not tied the boat up? Remember
Right.
that?
Right.
And that they indicated to you that their kids had to be responsible, and sending Erik out to find the boat went toward that end, that the brothers would feel a sense of responsibility. Did she tell you that?
Not responsible. It was a blame without justice, without justification.
Did you indicate in a report, December 26, 1991, that the Menendezes indicated to you age yours are unnumbered, but it's the third page of the December 26, 1991 report.
you asking that?
Specifically, whether this witness had stated that the...
Which paragraph you're referring to?
It's the second full paragraph now, on the third page of the December 1991 statement. It's the last sentence of that paragraph.
All right, you asking whether that was stated to the witness by Mrs. Menendez? Yes. The objection is overruled.
Do you recall the report that you gave on December 26, 1991?
Yes, sir.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at this report?
Sure, I'd like to. I'd be glad to. Oh, yes, the kids had to learn, but the kids had to learn a lesson from the incident, not the kids had to learn how to retrieve a boat. It was the kids were bad. They had to learn a lesson. That's what I meant, but they had to learn a punitive lesson.
They had to learn to tie the boat up the next time.
Right.
Fair to say?
But we all tied the boat to no avail.
No, there was your opinion about the relationship between the parents,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
and Mrs. Menendez, and the brothers.
Yes.
I believe you had reported that they were overprotected and under-disciplined. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
So the parents protected them, but they didn't discipline them enough in your mind.
Discipline in the sense of teaching them values, in the sense that not to be corrupt, not to be intimidators or fears. You know, you teach a child, hopefully, a balanced thing, how to be competitive, but how to be kind.
Were they corrupt? You didn't think that the parents did a very good job of them?
I thought there was an essence of destructiveness and corruptiveness about them.
That you had to counsel with the parents with respect to the defendants. Is that fair to say?
I don't understand your question.
Did you have occasion to see the parents when they got into trouble?
The kids never got into trouble in my class.
Do you think it would refresh your present recollection to take a look at the report that we just looked at?
No, you can read it to me if you would.
Okay. You indicated, it's page 2, third paragraph. Well, the third sentence. Okay. Did you state, with respect to the parent-student conferences that you had with Mr. and Mrs. Menendez regarding Lyle Menendez in particular, did you state that their being demanding was not dissimilar to other Princeton Day School parents, and that you felt that there was a combination of Lyle striving to do his best and his parents being helpful that resulted in the good grades that he got? You remember saying that?
PDS parents want their children to go to Harvard, Yale, Princeton. They're all pushy. They're all going to be there fighting battles. But they also seem to have a balance.
Now,
But with these people, they just wanted to know what grade, and why the grade.
and
Not
further,
did he learn anything, or, you know, sorry, I'm sorry.
That's
Go
okay.
on.
Are you finished? Now, further, that in that same paragraph, you said that if either of the boys got into trouble, you would see both of the parents.
The school would, yes. I only taught Lyle, and he never got into trouble in my class.
So the trouble would have been outside of your class.
Whatever.
Now, as a neighbor of the Menendezes, you were friendly with the Menendezes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, what good qualities did you see in Mr. Menendez?
They were attractive in the sense that, everyone talked about them. They were going somewhere. They were strong. They had this this quality of power, much like you would admire a movie star or something. So that they had this aura about them in the neighborhood.
No.
And so, and also the neighborhood was small, and we all clung together. We all sort of stuck together.
So you would go over for dinner?
We would go over for dinner. We'd meet at canasta parties. They would come over to our house, and it was a group. It wasn't just two couples. It was a group. It was a neighborhood thing.
Did you ever see Mr. and Mrs. Menendez smile?
Oh, he laughed all the time.
How about Mrs. Menendez?
Less so.
Did you ever see her smile and laugh?
Not much. Not
Did you?
much. Not much.
Some?
It doesn't scream out at me that she did.
Did you have fun with her?
It was a very, very unusual kind of situation to be in her presence, as well as Jose.
Did she speak of how proud she was of her sons?
When it was tennis, yes.
And did you indicate that it was your belief that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez lived for their sons?
No, sir.
Do you think it would refresh your present recollection to take a look at the report of December 26, 1991? At page 4, the last paragraph.
Ah, yes. I said that they seem to live through their children, and in a weird sense, they seem to care for them.
I have nothing further to comment on.
Any redirect? All right.
Mrs. Hertz.
Yes.
Mr. Kuriyama asked you a lot about Quito, Peru versus Kalamazoo.
Yes.
Do you think that she told you she was going to Kalamazoo?
No, no way. No, because when we got back to the car, and even in the restaurant, we were trying to figure out what Danish or Finnish family would have settled in Quito, Peru of Kitty's. It became our conversation at the restaurant, how strange going to South America it would be.
Okay. So this was not Kalamazoo she was talking about?
Absolutely not, yeah, no.
Okay. You said that part of her conversation in this last very strange visit was about Lyle's new home in Princeton.
Yes.
Was this the new condominium that his parents
Yes.
were buying for him?
Yes, ma'am.
So she was talking to you about the fact they were in the process of buying him a brand new condominium in Princeton.
Yeah, right.
In the part
Canal
of town you were...
Point, absolutely, where we were renting until we were moved to Washington, D.C.
Okay. Was that a nice area?
Very pleasant. There were patio homes. It was lovely.
Now, you talked about, you had said earlier that you considered them a very secretive family.
Yes.
And yet there was this discussion about Lyle's girlfriend being a gold digger. You don't know if that was the tennis player or the model.
Yes, I have no idea. I didn't know any by name.
Okay. Now, how do you reconcile that with them being secretive? I mean, she's telling you about worrying about that his girlfriends are gold diggers. Is that what you consider an open kind of person, or?
I think,
This is irrelevant, Jim.
Sustained.
Well, Your Honor, this was in response to Mr.
Yeah, I
Kuriyama's
understand.
question.
It's still irrelevant. Objection sustained.
Is it still your position that they were a secretive family?
yes,
You said that when you approached her, Mrs. Menendez, that last visit in August, you hugged her.
yes,
Are you the kind of person who reaches out and hugs somebody?
all the time.
So it wasn't that she reached out to you?
No, no.
And your son Michael, is he a hugger also?
Oh, yes.
The boat incident in which Mr. Kuriyama asked you about teaching the children how to learn, you saw what was being done to Erik as punishment?
Totally punishment.
And how long was he in the process of looking for this boat?
Early morning till dark, that we know of.
Now, he was wet. Is this because he went in swimming, or was it raining? Or?
No, because in order to look for the boat, he probably had to get in the water somewhere.
Objections to speculation.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
How many times did he come to your house during that day and nighttime that he was looking for you?
Many, from 3 to 5 at least.
Did you consider this dangerous, what he was doing?
Yes,
Objection calls for speculation, irrelevant.
Overruled. The answer will stand.
So beyond being punishment, which you thought was unwarranted, you thought it was dangerous?
yes.
You mentioned the fact that you thought that there was a corrupting influence of the parents. Can you tell me what you were referring to?
That at a young age they were exposed to things that were very mature
Very mature.
in content.
So material that they shouldn't have.
In content, mature things.
And was there anything corrupting about what you thought was happening with their schoolwork?
Yes, if someone,
This is beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Your Honor, Mr. Kuriyama asked if she thought that the parents were corrupting, and I would just like to find out what the basis for the opinion is that he elicited.
Now, the question had to do with they being corrupted or corrupted, and there is no reference as to or definition as to who the they was, so it's rather ambiguous. Objection is sustained.
Did you believe, when you said they were corrupted, who did you mean?
primarily Joe, and allowing someone else to do homework, showing them movies that perhaps were too mature in nature.
You talked about discipline problems. Was Lyle ever a discipline problem in your class?
Never, never.
Did he ever speak?
Never offered a word, had no sense of humor, was very unusual, a very unusual child.
Unusual in what way?
Unusual that he was unlike all the others.
In what way?
Quiet, never ever offered a word in class. Was on his own. The other four didn't warm up to Lyle at all.
Was he the class clown, acting
Oh,
out,
no.
making jokes?
Oh, no. Sometimes he would, he had a look which worried me, which was he could disassociate himself from what was happening in the class. You could just see Lyle taking notes, and then all of a sudden, he was gone. And that worried me, too. There was a certain disassociation that occurred.
You were asked about Mr. Menendez having a sense of humor.
If you call that a sense of
Okay,
humor. Yes, yes, I
lawyer
was.
asked whether you were asked that.
Sorry. Yes, I was. Yes,
And
I'm sorry.
what kind of sense of humor did he have?
It was based on ridiculing others
And did this happen in your presence?
all the time.
And who would he ridicule?
The target would be neighborhood women, men who perhaps had lesser positions than him in the business world, people who were easy to attack.
And did he do this to his wife as well?
Yes,
And this would be done in front of other people?
yes.
You said that it was an unusual situation to be in the presence of Mrs. Menendez when Mr. Kuriyama
Yes,
asked you. What did you mean?
you had to know them in order to understand this. It was not comfortable. It was never totally comfortable to be around them.
Why?
Because they were very confrontational. They were always the strongest, the best, the ones on top, the ones that could intimidate, the ones that could at any moment ridicule you. It was that kind of a thing, and very unusual in our group for someone to do that.
Okay, thank you. The other question was I think Mr. Kuriyama asked you about them living for or through their children, and
Yes.
I believe you said that living through their children was
Yes.
the more appropriate statement. What did you mean by that?
That the highs that the kids would experience, well, it was them behind them after all, you know. They were the ones that got the credit, or maybe they would have been the ones that wanted to win the tennis tournament. There was a fusion there that was very hard to separate.
A fusion between the parent
You
and the
didn't know
child?
where their lives began and where the children's life began or ended. It was just a mixing of emotions and things.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else?
One question. Mrs. Hurst, what did the house look like when you visited it on August 1st, 1989? Was there anything unusual about it?
Dark. That's all I can tell you. Dark and the smell of fish.
This was an unusual and rather bizarre incident that stands out in your mind?
Sustained.
Was Mrs. Menendez's behavior quite unusual?
Yes.
in your mind?
Overall, the answer will stand.
Yes, it was.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No. Mrs. Hertz, when was it that the Menendezes moved away from where you were living?
Well, they moved from Pennington to another house in Princeton. And they moved the spring before Lyle graduated from high school. They moved to a beautiful home on Mountain View.
And then at some point they moved to California?
Yes, sir.
And you continued to have contact with the Menendezes?
Yes, sir.
And when you got to California, you looked them up specifically?
Vice versa. Either they would hear through the neighborhood that we'd be coming, and then she would reach me, or the minute I would arrive, I would say, Kitty, if you need me, I'm here.
And in fact, you wanted to have dinner with both Jose and Mary Lou Menendez on the August 1st, correct?
Yes, we had chances to take them to the Rose Parade or dinner before. We wanted to, many times, to introduce them to our friends here so that they would have friends, so that Kitty wouldn't feel so much out of her league and that she wouldn't have anybody.
You like Mr. and Mrs. Menendez, didn't you?
I like people. I like people, and I give them the benefit of the doubt always.
Thank you. I have nothing
Yes.
further.
Anything else? All right, thank you. You may step down. You're
Thank you,
excused.
Your Honor, thank you.
And we'll be in recess. You have more witnesses this afternoon as to both juries. Is that correct?
Yes, I am. At the Chapin School in Princeton.
Directing your attention to the mid-1980s, were you teaching at some other institution?
Yes, I was teaching at Princeton Day School.
Now, what kind of school is Princeton Day School?
K through 12, extremely competitive.
By K, do you mean kindergarten?
Yes.
Now, directing your attention to the years 1985 and 1986, were you in fact teaching at Princeton Day School?
Yes, I was.
And is Princeton Day School also known as PDF?
Yes.
What courses were you teaching in 1985 to 1986?
Upper school Spanish.
Now, what is upper school?
Upper school is grades 9 through 12.
And is there a term for the school that is before upper school?
Middle school.
And what grades are middle school?
4 through 8.
In 1985 to 1986, did you have Erik Menendez in one of your classes?
Yes, I did.
And what class was that?
Spanish 1.
And he was in what grade at that time?
The 9th.
So he was just beginning upper school?
That's correct.
And did Erik, in your Spanish 1 class in 9th grade, appear to have any prior instruction in the Spanish language.
No, he did not.
Did you later learn that he had, in fact, had some prior classes in Spanish?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did he have what classes?
Objection calls for recess.
Sustained.
Could you lower your microphone a bit? Thank you, Michael. Now, you also taught Lyle Menendez Spanish at Princeton Day School, did
Yes.
you not? And how long did you teach Lyle Spanish?
2.5 years.
Did you teach Erik Menendez for a whole semester?
An entire year.
An entire year. Okay, so that would be September through June 1985 to 1986.
Yes.
And that was a class that met daily?
I believe it was 4 times a week.
Okay. And about how many children were in the class?
15?
So it was a relatively small class?
No, it was a relatively large class.
Okay. What's a relatively small class for Princeton Day School?
7, 8.
Okay. Based on your contact with Erik Menendez in 9th grade as his teacher, did you notice any differences between Erik and his older brother Lyle?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Would you describe Erik Menendez as a student in 9th grade in your Spanish class?
Very fragile, needy, vulnerable, sensitive, caring.
How would you describe Erik Menendez academically?
In my class, below average.
Now, you've told us that the atmosphere at PDS was very competitive in terms of academic achievement.
Yes.
Is that correct? Would you characterize Erik as a student average, below, above the norm at PDS?
Objection lack of foundation.
Yeah, I have the question right back, please.
Am I allowed to answer that?
No, hold on a second.
Question, would you characterize Erik as a student average, below, above the norm at PBS?
Objection overruled. You can answer the question.
In my particular class, he was below the norm, but it was for a specific reason. May I mention that?
Okay, well, let me ask you another question before that. Did Erik appear to belong at PDS academically?
Given his learning differences at that point, no.
Okay. Now, you mentioned learning differences.
Yes.
Okay, what, is that a term of art?
In the 60s and before that, we used to call them learning disabilities. We call them learning differences now because they're not necessarily disabilities. It's a way that children learn differently than the norm.
And you mentioned Erik's learning differences. Did you observe or come to recognize a learning difference as a result of your having taught Erik?
Yes, I did.
And what learning difference did you come to recognize?
He had massive auditory discrimination, auditory processing problems.
Okay, now what are auditory processing problems just in general?
May I give an example?
Yes.
If I were to say to him in Spanish, "What time is it?" he might say, "Today is Monday." He would pick out a key word, focus on the word, and he would have to process a number of different things at the same time. And for children with this difference, it's not as easy as it is for someone who doesn't have this difference.
Is auditory processing problems, are they particularly involved where the child is being taught a different language?
Yes, but not exclusively. It also manifests itself in following directions, which Erik had a history of having.
Okay. You mentioned that Erik had a history of difficulty following directions. Have you looked at any records which cause you to say that?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you have, in fact, in front of you a packet of records that appear to be Erik's records from PDF?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd like those marked Exhibit 197 for identification, please.
Yes.
Show the prosecution's copy. And Mrs. Sharp, have you reviewed those records prior to coming to court today to testify?
Yes, I have.
Now, let me ask you a moment. You've been a teacher for how long?
24 years.
And what educational background has prepared you for 24 years of teaching?
I have a bachelor's and a master's degree in Spanish and a minor in education.
And have you taught different levels of school?
Yes.
What levels of school have you taught?
I've taught kindergarten through 12th grade and college level through 300 level lit.
Okay. And in addition to your education, have you received on-the-job or any additional training in the area of learning disabilities?
Yes, a number of workshops. We go to 1 or 2 every year at my current school, and I attended several at PDS.
Okay. Now, the records that you reviewed that have been marked as Exhibit 197, are those records for Erik's middle school years as well as his 9th grade year at PDS?
Yes.
Okay. And included in those records, are there things called comments?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And what are comments?
Comments are little pieces of paper that every teacher was required to write at each interim marking period and at the end of each marking period, and it was to assess the student's progress. The students were given a grade, an academic grade, and an effort grade. And when we wrote these, the most important thing for us to do was to tell the student what he was doing well. That was very important, so that the student had some sense of how he was doing them, and we were pleased with his work. At the same time, we also felt that we had to be completely honest and tell the student where he was having some difficulty.
Okay. And those are comments that are filled out on a regular basis by teachers assigned to teach the individual students?
Yes.
And in fact, you see a number of those comments in the records that are Exhibit 197.
Yes.
Now, you indicated that those records told you that Erik had difficulty with auditory processing in the past. Is that correct?
Yes.
In what ways had he had difficulty with auditory processing?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained. Objection sustained.
Okay. Are there remedial classes available at PDS for children with learning disabilities or learning differences?
Up to the 8th grade.
Okay. And is there anything that in those records which indicates that Erik went to a remedial class for his learning difference?
Objection lack of affirmation, hearsay.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd like to be heard. I'm going to go on to another area for the moment, Mrs. Sharp. Did you ever meet José Menendez, Erik's father?
Yes.
And approximately how many times did you meet Mr. Menendez?
Half dozen.
Did you meet him at the school or in
At
some
school.
other- okay. And were these at parent-teacher conferences?
Parent-teacher conferences and back-to-school night.
Okay, what's back-to-school night?
It's an evening set aside in the fall when parents may come and visit the different classes and ask questions.
Okay. And the parent-teacher conferences, what are those like? Are they individual conferences with parents?
They're officially scheduled once a year, and it's the parent's option to attend or not to attend, although frankly I've never known a parent not to attend. But at any time at Princeton Day School, a parent could make an appointment with a teacher for any reason.
Okay, and you met José Menendez approximately 6 times.
Yes.
So I take it that he had more than one parent-teacher conference during the year that you taught Erik.
No. He never came to Erik's.
Okay. You also taught Lyle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So are you talking about meeting him 6 times?
Total.
Total. All right. How would you describe José Menendez based on your contacts with him at these conferences?
Objection, 352.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Belligerent, manipulative, trying very hard to be powerful and in control, rude, nasty.
In what ways was he manipulative? Do you have any specific instances in mind?
Well, he was never satisfied with Lyle's grades. He didn't come to Erik's conference. And obviously, I was a terrible teacher because Lyle wasn't speaking fluent Spanish, because obviously Lyle had a Cuban gene.
So he indicated, he expressed some belief that because Lyle was Cuban, he should be able to speak Spanish.
Absolutely.
As a teacher, is that a rational belief in your opinion?
Objection, calls for improper decision.
Sustained.
Is that how people learn Spanish, because they have a gene that allows them?
No.
Now, you said that you have been a teacher for 24 years.
Yes.
And I take it during the 24 years you have seen and met a number of parents of
Yes.
students. Did José Menendez stand out among the parents that you've met?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
How would you describe José in terms of your reaction to him?
Referring to Mr. Menendez?
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Objection, irrelevant. Asked and answered.
Did you get the question?
No, I didn't.
Wait, no, or to read it back.
Question, did José Menendez stand out among the parents that you met?
Oh,
Objection
yes.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
Was Mr. Menendez frightening to you?
Yes.
How was he frightening? In what way?
He tried to tell me that I did not know what I was doing, that I was a bad teacher, that it was my fault that his son wasn't doing better in school.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Menendez never came to any parent-teacher conference about his son Erik. Is that right?
That's right.
Did you have conferences about Erik with Mrs. Menendez?
Yes.
And approximately how many contacts did you have with Mrs. Menendez specifically about Erik?
At least 2.
Okay. And did you have other contacts with her in connection with the 2 years that you taught the older son, Lyle
Yes.
Menendez? And did you have a chance to observe Mrs. Menendez both in the company of her husband and alone?
Yes.
And was there a difference in her behavior when she met with you by herself and when she met with you with her husband?
A noticeable difference.
And what was that difference? Could you describe it for us?
When the 2 of them met together, she was rather passive. She let him run the show. She took copious notes, but almost never spoke. When she was alone, she was very defensive, didn't want to hear anything negative about either of the boys, was not very pleasant to deal with. And in fact, although we all told her, myself, over and over and over again, that this child needed some extra help, she denied it and would not provide it for him, despite the fact that she had all the resources at her fingertips. And this, to me, is a case of pure neglect.
Objection, move to strike, and this is a case that's being speculation of confusion on prior claims.
That portion of the answer is stricken, the rest will remain.
When you had occasion to meet with Mrs. Menendez by herself, was she assertive?
Yes.
And did grades seem to be important to her?
Grades, yes, seemed to be the only thing that was important to her. She didn't seem to have any concern about the children. It was the grade.
Okay, what about the learning process and whether or not the children were learning anything?
That never entered into it.
So it was the bottom line and the mark that they were to receive that was
Yes.
important to her. Was there anything unusual about Mrs. Menendez's physical appearance?
She always came to conferences in, I think you call them jogging suits or warm-up suits. She was not as well groomed as most of the mothers that I saw. Her hair was usually pretty messy and needed a bleach job. And she had a noticeable smell that I was never able to identify.
Did it appear to you that it was a smell that might be the result of alcohol consumption?
Objection calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Okay, well, you said that she had a noticeable smell.
Alcohol was my guess.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
Objection sustained, the answer is stricken as non-responsive.
Did you ever ask Mrs. Menendez about drinking or anything like that?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I didn't feel that it was my place.
As a teacher at a private school like Princeton Day School, do the parents of your students, in some sense, affect or can they affect your job?
Objection calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Could you rephrase the question, please?
Do you think that if you are not, if you displease parents, it might jeopardize your job?
Yes.
Move to strike is irrelevant.
Overall, the answer will stand.
And is that notion that displeasing a parent might result in your job prevent you, or did that prevent you from making certain inquiries or confronting Mrs. Menendez about a number of things?
Overall.
Me or any teacher at the school?
You.
Me? No.
Okay. Now, was there a difference in that you were able to see in the way the parents related to Erik Menendez and Lyle Menendez?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that difference?
Well, it was very clear to me that Lyle was the favorite son. The expectation level was higher. They expected more of him. They expected a great deal of Erik also, but the time that I knew them, Lyle was the golden boy and could do no wrong.
Was there a difference in the expectations the parents appeared to have for Lyle as opposed to Erik?
Somewhat. They expected both of the boys to make honor grades, but there seemed to be higher expectations for Lyle, but perhaps that's because I knew him longer.
Okay. Let me ask you about Erik and his homework. Was there a difference between the quality of the work Erik did as homework and his work in class?
Yes.
And what was the difference?
A huge discrepancy. The work that was turned in from home was always much better than the work done in class.
Did that discrepancy cause you to suspect anything?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you suspect?
That he might be getting help.
Did you understand that Mr. Menendez was Cuban and spoke Spanish?
Yes.
And did you suspect that Mr. Menendez was the source of the help?
No.
What about Mrs. Menendez? Did you understand that she also spoke Spanish?
I didn't know that.
Did you ever attempt to raise this issue of the discrepancy between the quality of the work in the classroom and the homework with either of the Menendez parents?
I don't believe so.
Is there a particular reason why you didn't?
Didn't want to upset the apple cart.
When you say you didn't want to upset the
Didn't want to have Jose become angry for no particular reason.
Was Mr. Menendez's anger something that you tried to avoid?
Yes.
And why was that?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Had you had experiences in the past or heard of experiences in the past which caused you to want to avoid angering Mr. Menendez?
Oh, yes.
And were those experiences you had or experiences that other teachers had told you about?
Both.
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled, the answer will stand.
Both.
Okay. And do you have any particular instance of your own experience with Mr. Menendez being angry in mind?
Objection 352.
Objection sustained.
Let me ask you, Mrs. Sharp, about Eric's attitude towards learning. Was he a relaxed student?
No.
How would you describe him?
He worked very hard. He tried very hard. He always did his best.
Would you describe him as motivated?
Yes, perhaps for the wrong reasons, but highly motivated.
Objection move to strike for the wrong reasons. This is based speculation, Your Honor.
All right, the objection is sustained. That portion of the answer is stricken. The rest will remain.
Based on your having taught Erik Menendez for a year in 9th grade, did you see or hear anything that caused you to come to any conclusions as to what was motivating him to be a good student, to learn in class?
Objection calls for improper opinion.
Sustained.
Did Erik appear to you to be a fearful student?
Yes.
And did you talk with him about his fears and what he was afraid of?
I don't remember.
Okay. What did Erik do or say in class that causes you to describe him as a fearful student?
A few days before every test, it was inevitable that his hand would go up and say, "Should I write this down?" And I would say, "It's up to you." And then the hand would immediately go up again, and he would say, "Is it going to be on the test?"
And this was behavior that preceded
A test.
a test. What about his behavior after a test? Was there anything unusual about that?
When he did well, he was ecstatic. When he didn't do well, he usually cried.
Was there anything unusual that would happen between the time he took a test and the time he actually received his grade?
Well, he would follow me around like a puppy dog saying, "What did I get? What did I get? Have you corrected the tests?" That wasn't completely unusual, but
Okay, so did Erik Menendez appear to have any internal understanding of when he did well and when he did badly?
no.
Objection calls for speculation.
Objection sustained. That answer is stricken.
When you said that Eric's behavior wasn't that unusual, what did you mean?
A number of the children were very anxious to receive their grades, but he ranked right up there with the top 2 or 3.
Okay. Now, you mentioned crying.
Yes.
Did Erik cry in class?
When he received a poor grade.
And when he cried in class, was this in front of the other ninth graders?
Yes.
And was this crying that you said happened when he received a bad grade, did that happen every time he received a bad grade?
To the best of my knowledge.
Mrs. Sharp, was crying in class unusual behavior for a ninth grader?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overall.
Yes, for a ninth grade boy especially.
Did the other children in the class react to Erik's crying?
Yes, they were very supportive because they were accustomed to this. He cried in his other classes also.
Objection, move to strike as being hearsay.
Right, everything after the word supportive is stricken as hearsay in conclusion.
Now, when you knew Erik, he was about 15 to 16 years old, is that
Yes.
right? And would you describe him as a mature 15 or 16-year-old child?
No.
How would you describe him?
Rather fun-loving, unsophisticated, almost naive.
Okay.
Wanted to be part of the gang a lot.
What about Erik as a student? Is there any particular aspect of that role that stands out in your mind?
Yes.
And what's that?
We gave relatively few grades of 4 in the upper school. Is the jury aware of the grading system?
No, we'll ask about that. What's the grading system like at PDS? Could you tell us briefly about it?
We were on a grading system of 1 through 6, which more or less was equivalent to A, B, C, D, E, F. It wasn't exactly, but it was close. And essentially, 5 and 6 didn't count. It was 1 through 4. So if you gave a 4 to a student, you were sending him a strong message that this was pretty weak. And in Erik's freshman year, all of his final grades were 4 except for math.
Did there come a time, Mrs. Sharp, in his freshman year when Erik's performance in class changed?
Yes.
How did it change?
About halfway through his freshman year, it seemed as though he absolutely gave up. He had worked and worked and worked and was not given the support that he needed, that his parents could have given to him.
Objection, move to strike as a conclusion on the part of the witness.
All right, objection sustained. The entire answer is stricken. You may re-ask it, please.
Okay. I have a group of 2 pages that have been given to the district attorney's office. I'd like them marked as Exhibit 198. May I approach, Your Honor?
198. Yes. What are these records, just
These
general?
are Princeton Day School comments that appear to be signed by Mrs. Sharp.
All right.
Mrs. Sharp, in 9th grade when you taught Erik, did you fill out comments to send home to his parents?
Yes.
And does Exhibit 198 appear to be a copy of your handwritten comments about Erik?
Yes.
And the first comment is in when? It's in about November of 1985? Is that the first in chronological order?
1185.
1185. And in that first comment, do you mention Erik's difficulty in processing or hearing and processing things?
Yes, I have, quote, Erik has been experiencing some difficulty in oral drills. He often doesn't respond to the questions being asked and has some problem distinguishing among sounds, end quote.
Okay. And was that what you referred to as, would you characterize that as an attempt on your part to notify Erik's parents that there was a problem?
Yes.
Was there ever any response to you to that particular attempt to call the parents' attention to a learning difference?
No.
and in fact do your other comments also attempt to bring to the parents' attention Erik's difficulties with auditory processing of information.
I've alluded to just about every other learning difference I've picked up on sentence structure, on spelling, tennis pressure, syntax, verb forms. The auditory came up in the first comment.
Okay. When you say tennis pressure, is that something that you had noticed was causing Erik some problems?
Yes.
And how was tennis pressure causing Erik problems?
He spent so much time practicing, it was very difficult for him to complete his assignments as well as he might have.
And did you have occasion to discuss the effect that tennis was having on his grades with his parents at one of the conferences?
I don't believe I had the nerve to bring that up.
In any event, did it appear to you that Erik continued to play tennis a great deal during the 9th grade?
Yes, I had pushed so hard with the learning differences and getting the extra help that I felt that it was a lost cause to even mention tennis.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Thank you, Jan. I have nothing further at this time.
Examination on behalf of Lyle Menendez.
Thank you, Mrs. Sharp. You said you taught Lyle Menendez for 2.5 years. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did you also write some comments out during the 2.5-year period of time that you were teaching him?
Yes, I did.
For the purpose of informing his parents how he was doing in your class, Spanish class?
Yes.
I've had an exhibit marked next in order as 199, 4 pages of handwritten comments was Sharp's handwriting.
All right.
And showing you 198. Are those the
199.
199? Excuse me. Are those the comments you wrote out regarding Lyle Menendez during the years that you taught him?
Yes.
And do those comments indicate that you began teaching him in October of 1980 when he was in the 7th grade?
Yes.
And do they indicate that you had Lyle Menendez in your class for that entire year?
Yes.
And do they also indicate that you again taught him when he was in the 10th grade, beginning in October of 1983?
Yes.
And continuing on into June of 1984?
Yes.
All right. And in addition to those comments, have you also reviewed Lyle Menendez's entire record from the Princeton Day School before coming to court to testify today?
Yes.
And did you do that for the purpose of answering a question as to how Lyle did overall as a student?
Yes.
And how did he do overall as a student in the years that he was at Princeton Day School?
Sustained.
Do you know how Lyle Menendez did as a student at Princeton Day School?
Yes, I do.
You're asking as far as a student in her class?
Yes, as far as her knowledge of how Lyle Menendez did.
In her class?
Well, and overall. And the reference to the records is...
All right, the objection then is sustained, if that is the question.
Right. As a teacher, do you often evaluate students?
Yes.
And in evaluating a student in terms of how well or how poorly that student is doing, do you as a teacher just concentrate on what that student does in front of you, or do you also consult school records to see how that
absolutely
person is?
consult school records and other teachers.
What is the purpose of even keeping school records?
I think it's interesting to see the growth, the ways in which you can help the child if he's had certain problems coming before him. It helps the teachers tremendously.
And do you, I think you said you had 24 years experience as a teacher?
Yes.
Do you as a teacher feel qualified based on your contact with Lyle Menendez and your reading of the records and also your discussions with other teachers, feel qualified to say how he did at the school that you taught at?
Absolutely.
And how did he do?
Objection. 801 of the evidence code and proper opinion.
Objection sustained.
Oh, could I make an offer of
Sure,
proof at sidebar?
sure.
Thank you.
All right, the objection will be overruled, but why don't you rephrase the question?
Mr. Sharp, let me ask you again, based on your reading of Lyle Menendez's school records and also your contact with him, could you classify him in terms of whether he was a superior student, average, below average?
Yes.
What was he?
He was an average student at Princeton Day School.
And was an average, and do you know how long he attended the school? Was it through 6th through 12th?
6 through 12.
And was someone who got through Princeton Day School with an average rating, someone who qualified to go to Princeton University?
There's some cause for speculation on the part of this witness.
Sustained.
Do you know, based on teaching at the Princeton Day School, what qualified someone to enter a particular college?
Yes.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to what qualified one of your students to enter a university such as Princeton University?
Well, my husband's a graduate. My stepdaughter attended.
And did average grades at Princeton Day School qualify one to be admitted to Princeton University?
No.
Do you know how Lyle Menendez got into that university with average grades?
Cause for speculation on the part of the witness.
Based on your personal knowledge?
Objection sustained.
No.
Now, in the 2.5 years that you taught Lyle Menendez, you said the school was extremely competitive. Is
Yes.
that correct? Was he extremely competitive for grades?
Yes.
And was he more or less so than his brother?
More.
Did you observe any unusual behavior with respect to his competition for grades in your class?
I distinctly remember one marking period, Lyle coming up to me and saying, "My father will absolutely kill me if I don't make the headmaster's list. Will you change my grade?"
And did you change the grade?
No, I didn't.
And did he receive average or below average grades when you taught him?
Average.
Were those average grades a source of controversy between you and Mr. Menendez?
At first, yes.
And was it in reference to his receiving average grades that Mr. Menendez made this remark about having a Cuban gene?
Yes.
How did, what was his demeanor when he expressed that idea to you?
He was very angry.
And did you attempt to explain to him that that didn't necessarily follow, that because you were Cuban that you could come out of the womb speaking Spanish?
I tried.
And what was his response to your explanation?
Well, I was obviously a terrible teacher.
All right. Now, in the records that are in front of you, exhibit number 199, could you take a look at the entry for October of 1983? I think it's the third page of the packet. Do you describe Lyle as having far superior written skills than he did oral skills in your class?
Yes.
And did you ever find out why that was?
I'm afraid that would be guessing.
All right. And in the entry for November of 1983, which is the one right below the October entry, do you indicate that there seems to be a time delay between questions that you asked Lyle and his ability to register the sounds?
Yes, that's what I've written.
And did you, at that point, that is November of '83, recommend that Lyle have an auditory discrimination examination?
That's correct.
Do you know if he ever did that or the parents ever did that?
I believe he did not.
What was Lyle's reaction when he received average or below average grades in your class?
He would want to know how he could improve his grade. He did not cry, but his eyes did fill up. There was a noticeable difference in his face when he received a poor grade, as if he were fighting something.
And you said Erik Menendez expressed fear or was fearful. Was Lyle Menendez fearful also, or
Yes.
was he different?
No, he was fearful.
How was he fearful?
He knew that he had to make certain grades to please his parents.
And you described in your direct examination that Lyle was the favorite son. Did you mean by that he was treated more favorably than Erik, or were you using that in some other way?
To the best of my knowledge, he was treated with kid gloves, and Erik fell in second place.
Treated with kid gloves, how do you mean?
Poor choice of words. Anything Lyle did was to be perfect. And Lyle pretty much did what he was supposed to do.
Did Lyle respond to your commands in class?
Absolutely.
Was that unusual in the way that he responded?
A bit. He never questioned, he never challenged. He did everything I said whenever I said it. In fact, he was not even, at that particular point in his life, a creative child, an independent thinker. He would do anything that I asked him to do because he was very courteous, but because he wanted to get a good grade.
And what was his behavior like in class?
He was wonderful.
Was he quiet, talkative, one of the boys? How would you characterize?
He was a model student. He had a very good sense of humor, but he participated. He didn't like to get an answer wrong.
Was he always happy in class?
No.
Did he ever express sadness in your class?
Yes.
How would he do that?
If he didn't understand, or which he rarely admitted because he didn't want to do that, but if he received a poor grade, he was not happy. He was also not happy when I had to chastise him a number of times for coming in late every single morning. We had an 8:20 class, and he was never on time. He would come in at about 8:35 in his tennis outfit with his racket and his tennis bag. In fact, I don't think I ever saw Lyle Menendez at PDS in anything but tennis shorts.
And
ever.
Did you, in June of 1984, in your comments, indicate that Lyle was having difficulty due to absences and athletic responsibilities?
That's exactly what I've written, yes.
Was that referring to his tennis practices?
Yes.
Was that interfering with his schoolwork, in your opinion? At
Yes.
that time? More so than other students?
Oh, yes.
All right, the objection is sustained. That answer is stricken.
You characterized Mr. Menendez as being rude and manipulative, and I think you said that that opinion was formed based on your meeting him approximately 6 times?
Yes.
Was that in reference to Lyle Menendez's parent-teacher conferences with you?
Yes, and back to school night.
And it would have been during that period of 1980 to 1983?
1984.
And was there anything about Mr. Menendez's demeanor, the way he looked at you or the way he acted, that made you say that he was rude or manipulative?
Objection 352.
Objection sustained.
Did you ever notice anything unusual about Mr. Menendez's eyes?
Yes.
When you had contact with him?
Yes.
That's my last question.
All right, overruled.
Yes.
Could you tell me what that was?
He had very, very expressive eyes, and they were frightening. I wish I could do it, but he would look down at you so that you would have to look up at him, and it was frightening.
Thank you very much.
Cross-examination.
Mrs. Sharp, I take it that you are fond of both of these defendants. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you would like to help them, is that correct?
I would like to be fair.
But you realize they're in a bit of a bind right now. Is that, would that,
Overruled.
they're in a bit of a bind right now?
I believe so.
Were Mr. Menendez and Mrs. Menendez different people from your way of thinking?
I don't understand the question.
Did they have the same personality characteristics, or did they have different personality characteristics?
They were two unique people.
I believe you indicated that you met with Mrs. Menendez alone when discussing her son, Erik Menendez.
That's correct.
And I believe you indicated that when she was not with Mr. Menendez, she behaved differently than when she was with him.
Correct.
Okay, could you be more specific about the change in her behavior from when she was with her husband and when she was not?
She was more active rather than passive. She did the talking, obviously, since she was alone. She was very, very defensive about the boys.
Did she appear to care about her sons?
No,
But she did come to these conferences.
not unusual.
Pardon me?
That was not unusual. Yes, she did.
Okay, so she did show up at the conferences?
Yes.
Did she ever miss any of the conferences to your recollection?
No.
Okay. And did she ask you questions about how her children were doing?
No.
Did she stay for any period of time longer than a couple of minutes, or did she actually stay for a period of time when she talked to you about her children?
The parents were assigned a certain block of time. She stayed her time and would leave when the next parent knocked on the door.
And how long were those blocks of time?
I believe they were 15 minutes.
I believe you indicated that the Princeton Day School is a highly competitive college preparatory school. Is that correct?
That's correct.
During the period of time that we're talking about, like from 1980 through 85, do you know what the tuition was?
Objection, not irrelevant.
Overruled.
In the vicinity of $10,000.
Was that for each student?
Yes.
Was there any break if you had two students going at the same time?
I don't know.
What percentage of the graduating seniors at Princeton Day School went on to college?
Very high.
Would it be in excess of 90%?
Yes.
And do you know what percentage of the graduating seniors went on to Ivy League schools?
No.
Was it a high percentage?
Are you talking, could you give me the year that you'd like?
Well, let's say 1986, which was the year that Lyle Menendez graduated.
Could we say Ivy League or
Ivy League.
that prestigious schools? Yes.
Do you know approximately what percentage of the graduating
No.
seniors? Right. Did Mrs. Menendez ever come to see you about either of her children at times that were not the annual parent-teacher conference?
Yes.
And as to Lyle Menendez, how many of those appointments did you have with her?
I don't remember.
Was it in excess of one or two?
Yes.
And as to Erik Menendez, did she make appointments above and beyond the annual visit?
I believe there was one, possibly two.
And I believe you indicated that it was only Mrs. Menendez who came to Erik Menendez's conferences.
That's correct. Would you like to know why?
No, I would not. I didn't ask that. Okay, now, you want to help these defendants, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. You weren't afraid of Mrs. Menendez, were you?
No.
Did she intimidate you?
Yes.
Okay, I believe you indicated when you talked to the defense attorneys that although she might have tried to intimidate you, that it didn't work with you. In other words, she didn't really intimidate you.
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe you also indicated that you thought she was actually kind of dumb.
She gave me that impression.
So that was your opinion of her, is that correct?
That's my opinion.
So she was not, although she might have tried to intimidate you, she was not intimidating to you, is that correct?
That's correct.
I believe you indicated that you believed that Erik Menendez had learning difficulties, which you thought should have been treated in a special way. Is that correct?
Well, the term is learning differences.
All right. I believe at the time they were difficulties. Now
No, they were disabilities.
All right. Whatever they are called. Were you aware of the fact that Erik Menendez did go to the Lewis School?
Yes.
Okay. Is the Lewis School a school for children with learning difficulties or differences?
It can be.
And the Lewis School is not in any way affiliated with the Princeton Day School, is it?
No, it is not.
How many hours would you say you've spent in the presence of Mrs. Menendez total?
I really couldn't guess.
Would it be in excess of 2 or 3 hours?
Oh, yes.
And how about Mr. Menendez? How many hours would you say you've spent in his presence?
I don't know.
Well, the 6 times you saw him, those were all in relationship to his son Lyle, is that correct?
Yes, and I believe he came to back-to-school night for Erik.
All right, I think you said in your direct testimony he did not ever attend any of the parent-teacher conferences.
That's what I did say.
Okay, are you correcting that testimony?
No, I'm not.
All right, back-to-school night is something different from French.
That's correct.
And at that time, did you have any kind of interaction with Mr. Menendez at the back-to-school night?
Yes, I did.
Was that also unpleasant?
Yes.
Now, did you take any special pains with Erik Menendez in order to help him with the difficulties that you saw him having with Spanish?
I encouraged him to come to me for extra help.
And did he come to you for extra help?
To the best of my knowledge, he did not.
I believe you indicated that when he did not do well on a test that he would cry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did he ever do well on a test?
Yes.
And when he did well on a test, would he get a perfect score, or would it just, could you tell me how he did well? Do you understand my question?
He would make an 80 or a 90.
All right, so there were occasions on which he did perform well on those tests, is that
Yes,
correct?
in fact, he started out the year doing moderately well and slipped.
And when you're talking about the tests, are these tests that were taken in class?
Yes, they are.
Were they quizzes as well as tests?
Yes.
And So that was more at the beginning of the year that he did well on these quizzes and tests?
Yes, because it was a repeat of a course he had already taken.
Did he appear to have any ability in Spanish, Erik Menendez?
Native ability as a foreign language speaker?
No, just an ability to learn and speak Spanish.
It wasn't apparent.
Okay. There are some people who have difficulty learning foreign languages, wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
I believe you indicated at the time that Erik would cry. He was approximately 15 or 16 years old. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe you indicated that you would describe Erik Menendez as a student in your class as fun-loving, naive, and he wanted to be part of the group.
That was part of my description.
Okay. And how was he fun-loving? Could you describe how he behaved that caused you to reach that conclusion?
Yes.
Okay, please do.
Class met after lunch every day, and there were 3 or 4 of them that used to enjoy their recess after lunch, and they were inevitably late to class. And I took it to locking the door, and they couldn't get in, and they used to slide notes under the door to ask if I would please let them in so I wouldn't have to turn them in for being late. This got to be a joke to a certain point, and then it became rather serious.
And Erik Menendez was part of the group that did this?
Part of the time.
And I believe you indicated he wanted to be part of the group?
Yes.
Was he often included in parts of groups?
Yes.
Did he appear to have friends that you could see?
Yes, although it seemed as though he was sort of on the fringe. The children liked him, but he seemed to be so occupied with his other interests, other required interests, that he didn't have as much time to be with the other children.
At the time that you taught Erik Menendez, I believe you indicated that school started at 8:20 a.m. What time did school get out?
Oh dear. Last period was, I think, 3:10.
It started at 3:10 or got out at 3:10?
I think it finished at 3:10. I could be 5 minutes off.
All right, so it was for approximately 7 hours a day, is that correct?
Yes.
And during that period of time, did Erik Menendez appear to have friends that he interacted with who were his own age group?
Yes.
I believe you indicated that you had an opinion as to whether or not Lyle Menendez was a good, an average, or a poor student at Princeton Day School, and you indicated that your opinion was that he was an average student, correct?
Correct.
And Princeton Day School is a very competitive school, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, I believe you indicated that you have some familiarity with Princeton University, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of the fact that Princeton University has extensive sports programs?
Yes.
Are you aware of the fact that Princeton University has a football team?
Yes.
And they have a hockey team?
Yes.
And they have a tennis team?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, are all the young people who play on those teams at the top of their classes in high school when they get into Princeton University?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
But you are aware of the fact that Princeton has a very active and hopefully competitive sports program with other Ivy League schools. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I believe you indicated that Lyle Menendez tried to be the perfect student or something. You used the word perfect. Could you?
The expectations for him were that he be a perfect student.
And from where did you get that notion?
His parents.
Was that ever said in his presence?
In Lyle's presence?
Yes.
I don't know.
But you had the impression from your contact with his parents that he should be
straight A's.
And a perfect student?
Yes.
And you have specific recollection that that word was used?
Yes.
Thank
He was the perfect child.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Mrs. Sharp, Mrs. Bazanish asked you about the Lewis School. Is that a school that's in Princeton?
Yes.
Okay, and you became aware that at some point Erik had some contact with that school.
Yes.
Do you know when it was that he had contact with the school?
No, I don't.
And do you know how long his contact with the school was?
No, I don't.
Okay, and do you know if, in fact, he even attended a full course at the school?
I don't know.
Okay, and do you know whether or not, for example, he... let me withdraw that. Is there a reason why Mr. Menendez didn't come to the parent-teacher conferences?
Yes.
Pause for speculation and hearsay.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken, but you may rephrase the question.
Okay. Mrs. Bazanich asked you whether or not Mr. Menendez came to the parent-teacher conferences, and you told us that he did not. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did anyone ever tell you anything about why Mr. Menendez didn't come?
Yes.
And who told you that?
Mrs. Menendez.
And was this during the course of a parent-teacher conference?
Yes, it was.
And what did she tell you about why Mr. Menendez didn't come?
Same objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Did it appear to you that Mr. Menendez didn't come to the parent-teacher conferences? Let me withdraw that. Did Mr. Menendez send his wife to the parent-teacher conferences in his place?
No, she didn't tell him.
Excuse me. Calls for speculation.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Okay. At a parent-teacher conference, did Mrs. Menendez ever indicate to you any fear on her part of allowing or letting her husband participate in the conference?
Yes.
And what did she say?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Objection sustained.
All right. Mrs. Bazanich asked you about a interaction that you had with Mr. Menendez at a back-to-school night. Do you recall that?
Yes. I can't give you the exact quote, but he said something to me like, I hope we don't go through the same thing with Erik that we went through with Lyle, because I expect this boy to speak Spanish.
And this was a comment that Mr. Menendez made at the beginning of the term?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that in response to Mrs. Bazanich's questions that you encouraged Erik to come for extra help. Is that correct? Would a student normally come to you for extra help after school?
More often during school.
And were there set times that were available?
The students could make appointments with us when we had joint free periods.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, was Erik fairly busy with activities which concerned tennis?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not he had extra time during the day?
It's highly unlikely.
Okay. So that he in your opinion, it would be unlikely that he would have the time to seek extra help.
Objection improper. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
When you said that it's highly unlikely that Erik would have extra time during the day, why do you say that?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
You have to remember that he was struggling with 4 of his 5 majors. He was making the 4 out of 4 of his 5 majors, so he had a lot of work to make up in a lot of courses. So he was seeing his English teacher and his science teacher and his history teacher and his Bible teacher, and he couldn't see all of us.
Okay. Mrs. Bazanich asked you whether or not some people have difficulties learning foreign language, and I believe you told us that yes, some people do. In your opinion, based on your 24 years of teaching foreign languages, was Erik's difficulty simply someone that had a hard time learning another language?
No.
Okay. Did he have a learning disability or difference that was preventing him from being able to learn Spanish?
I firmly believe that.
And is that the auditory processing disorder that you told us about?
Yes.
Now, Mrs. Bazanich asked you about your feelings about Erik Menendez and Lyle Menendez, and you've told us that you like the boys.
Yes.
And you've also said that you want to be fair.
Yes.
Okay. Are you testifying here today truthfully?
Yes.
Would you come in and tell us things that weren't true because you wanted to help the boys?
No.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
On behalf of Lyle Menendez, any redirect?
Mrs. Sharp, did I understand you to say that Jose Menendez, Mr. Menendez, used the term perfect child? That he made some statement along the lines of he wanted his child to be perfect?
Yes,
And when did he say that?
one of the parent conferences.
And could you tell me exactly, as best as you can remember, what he said in that regard?
Well, he told me that his son was perfect. He was going to be the best tennis player in the United States, and he was going to be the best student at the school, and he expected perfect grades because he had a perfect son.
And did he define perfect in terms of getting good grades or in some other sense?
When he was speaking to me, he was referring to grades and that I better be the perfect teacher so that his son could get the perfect grade.
And did he express that sentiment to you on more than one occasion or just the one incident you're
Just
talking
that one
about?
time.
And did Mrs. Menendez express similar sentiments?
Implicitly,
Was she present when the statement was made?
I believe so.
Did she express any disagreement with her husband's
She wouldn't dare.
statements? And you were asked for your evaluation on whether Mrs. Menendez cared for her sons, and you said, in your estimation, she did not. Could you tell us why?
I can base that statement only what I saw at school. But generally when parents came in to discuss their children at the conferences, their concern was why they were getting the grades they were getting and what they could do to help. When we gave the suggestions to most of the parents at PDS, because they had the resources, they took advantage of it and they helped their children. And in the case of these boys, they never got the help they needed.
Chair, should move to strike, they never got the help they needed. This is speculation on the part of his office.
That part of the answer is, seems to be a conclusion and an opinion, and objection sustained.
Let me rephrase it. When you said that, in your estimation, she did not care for her sons, was that estimation based on an evaluation by you as to how you thought she related to her sons?
From a teaching point of view,
And from a teaching point of view, how did it seem to you that she did not care for her sons?
that she would not get them the help that they needed, or particularly Eric.
Move to strike, Your Honor, being speculation on the part of his office.
Well,
Objection overruled.
thank you, that's all I have.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
You're excused. Let me see counsel at the sidebar regarding our schedule here. That conference, ladies and gentlemen, had to do with a scheduling to determine when to have the jury's return on Wednesday. There is still one witness this afternoon who will be testifying before the Lyle Menendez jury only, and that means the Erik Menendez jury will be excused until Wednesday, and we'll have both juries return on Wednesday so that we could start up at 10 o'clock. There might be some matters the lawyers want to discuss with me before the first witness testifies, and hopefully we'll be able to accomplish that before 10 o'clock. So as far as the Erik Menendez jury, in a moment I'll excuse you and ask that you return at 10 o'clock Wednesday. As I indicated, we won't be in session tomorrow because Ms. Abramson is away on the East Coast attending a funeral for a family member and won't be back until sometime late tomorrow, so that we'll start again on Wednesday. Just again to remind you all not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, and not to form any final opinions about it. You still have more evidence to hear, and the rule is, as I've explained to you, you must not make any final decisions in this case until you've heard all of the evidence that is going to be presented to you in this courtroom. And then after you've heard the court's instructions on the law, at that point, for the first time, you'll be permitted to discuss the case and form your final opinions about it. Let me just ask those of you up here again, whether or not, now referring to the Erik Menendez jury, whether any of you have been exposed to anything outside of the courtroom in relationship to this case in any form whatsoever, other than what you've already told me. Okay, we have one person raising his hand. Anybody else? Okay, we'll talk to you then. We haven't talked to you about this one yet.
No.
Okay, this is something new. You don't carry a lightning rod around with you, do you?
I think somebody's following.
Okay. All right, well, we'll talk to you about that at a recess. So I'll excuse the Erik Menendez jury until Wednesday at 10 o'clock. The Lyle Menendez jury will have you come back at 25 minutes to the hour. It'll give you 20-minute recess, and then we'll resume with the trial at that point. We'll see you all back here at the appointed times. Why don't you stay there? And all the jurors have now left. We have Mr. remaining in regards to the question I asked Mr. And so why don't you fill us in on what happened?
On our last session day, was it last week, I believe?
Yes, last Wednesday.
Coming in the morning, right down here in the mall, which used to be Selma, before you step up the little double stairway back here.
On Silmar?
Silmar, yeah,
Yeah.
in the back corner. There was a party behind me, 3 people, 2 adults and a kid. And a gal started talking, and she mentioned this case, and that out of jury earshot that you had had some sort of a confrontation with Ms. Edelman. And,
Miss Abramson?
Yeah, Abramson, I'm sorry. And that I didn't hear too much more than that, other than the fact that she was shaking her head on objections. And I turned around and spoke to the gentleman and said, could you hold it down a little bit? And he immediately knew what I mean. I think they were court employees, but the gal just continued talking. But by this time, we'd gone our separate ways. Take them in the back entrance down here.
Okay. All right, again, go through what it was that you did hear.
Only the fact that that you had a verbal confrontation with the defense attorney, and that she apparently was telegraphing some physical moves, and that I believe that you may have threatened her with whatever the court does.
And you're recalling the language or the words used in this conversation?
Not the exact words, no, I don't recall the exact words.
Do you recall anything else about what might have been said by these individuals? As to the nature of the confrontation, other than a verbal confrontation?
Other than the fact that you thought it was not fitting that she do this sort of thing.
And as far as telegraphing physical motions or something of that nature, what was it? Do you remember anything more about it?
Shaking her head
no. Okay.
Or wrong, or a negative indication.
Okay, that was all mentioned in what you heard? And is that yes?
Yes, it is.
And anything else that you remember?
No, she kept on talking, but by this time I was coming up the stairs and they were on their way up the wheelchair ramp out there to the back door of the building there.
Okay, and did you form any opinions about what actually had happened?
No, I thought that sort of thing was normal.
And did you, what do you mean, what sort of thing was normal? What sort of thing was normal?
Well, I thought you're supposed to tell her how to act like a lawyer, and she's supposed to do the best for her client, short of getting thrown out of here.
All right, and did you, based on what you're saying, did you form an opinion then that what these people were saying was an accurate or inaccurate report of what had occurred?
I have no idea. I would assume she didn't pluck it out of the air.
All right, and do you feel that that information will have any impact on you as a juror in this case?
No, I don't think so.
Will it make you favor one side over the other in this case?
No.
Will you be able to make your decision based on the evidence presented in this court and the court's instructions on the law?
Yes.
And do you think that this incident will have any impact on you whatsoever in your role as a juror?
No.
All right, have you discussed this or mentioned this to any of the other jurors? And will you follow my instruction not to do so?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Morrissey, did you have any questions?
Just very quick.
Sure.
The judge may have threatened Ms. Abramson?
That may not be the best word to use, but yes, he told her that don't do that. I'm not sure whether any reference was made to exactly what he would do.
Now, did you get the idea from having heard that Ms. Abramson had done something that the judge disapproved of?
Yes.
Okay, and do you think that having that impression that she had done something that the judge disapproved of makes you look at her in a different light?
No.
You said that you thought that something that would, this sort of thing is normal?
Yes, I think it's normal.
And you made some comment that you thought that she was trying to do something. What was your impression as to what she was trying to do?
I think that a lawyer should do everything they can within the law to help their client.
Did you get any sense that what Ms. Abramson had done was somehow improper or outside of the law? Based on what
No, I don't
you
think it's
heard?
outside the law.
Okay, what about improper?
No, I don't think it's improper.
Do you think that what you heard might in any way influence your evaluation of Ms. Abramson or of Erik Menendez, more importantly?
No.
If that sort of thing might, well, I don't have anything further. Thank you.
People wish to inquire. All right. Basically, as you're sitting there and reflecting on that, your view is that information will have no impact whatsoever on how you decide this case.
That's correct.
And it's fair to say you don't really know what actually happened, if anything.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, then we'll see you back here Wednesday at 10 o'clock. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess until we resume with the Lyle Menendez jury.
And did you also have children
Who attended that school?
Yes, I did.
How many?
3.
And were any of them attending school at the same time that Lyle Menendez was?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I think all 3 were in school at the time. My youngest daughter was in Lyle's class.
So did you get to know Lyle both through your daughters being classmates and through your contact as the school nurse?
Yes.
Can you tell me what the nature of your contact was with Lyle as the school nurse?
As a school nurse, Lyle frequently came to see me with headaches and stomach aches. Occasionally he'd have a sprain to either an ankle or a wrist, in which we would ice.
Now, with regard to the stomach aches and headaches, you would just give him aspirin or Pepto-Bismol or something like that?
Right.
Okay. And does it stand out in your mind that he had these particular problems?
He did have quite a number of headaches and stomach aches during the time. I remember especially during his sophomore year. Actually, the junior and senior year also.
And would he come to your office to wait for his mother to pick him up?
Yes, he did.
Did he have some sort of adjusted schedule to accommodate his tennis?
Yes. His mother frequently called and asked that I give him a PE excuse. This was in the earlier, like maybe freshman year. I think by the time he was in the upper level, he might have been excused from PE. But at one point, she was calling and asking that I excuse him so that he would not have to attend the PE class, because she wanted him to be able to practice the tennis in the afternoon or morning or whenever. She was afraid of, she seemed to be afraid that there might be an injury that would prevent him from playing tennis, but you know, she would protect him from the PE class.
Okay. Now, the PE class, were these just the regular classes that all the kids in school
Yes.
participated in?
Yes.
And were they required?
Yes.
What types of sports did the kids play?
Well, they had ice hockey, soccer, lacrosse, There was just a regular gym class. I'm not sure there's something they do with balls inside the gym that's not necessarily basketball. I mean, basketball would have been one of them, but there were a number of sports that they participated in. As it's a full physical education class.
Okay. And so he was not permitted to participate in those classes with the other kids, is that correct?
His mother would call and say, "Can you excuse him because he has a tennis match, or he has tennis practice?" And I can remember several times in which she would call and ask, "Could I excuse him from the physical education class so that he could do the tennis afterwards?"
Okay. Now, you said that she expressed some concerns about him getting injured in the regular PE class.
Right.
And that would interfere with his tennis.
Right.
Is that correct?
Right.
Were you aware of times when he would be injured and yet she would take him to play tennis?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Were there times when Lyle was in your office and would be using ice on his elbow or ice on his knee or have some injured part of his body?
Yes.
Was that a fairly common experience?
Yes.
And on those times when he was icing an elbow or icing a knee or whatever, would Mrs. Menendez pick him up and take him to tennis anyway?
Yes.
Objection calls for speculation as to where she was going.
Objection sustained. The answer is strict.
Would Lyle be excused from school specifically to go play tennis?
Yes.
And would his mother have to pick him up in order to get him out of school early?
Yes.
And were there times when he was there icing an injury and she would pick him up under those conditions?
Yes.
Would Lyle have to wait in your office for a while for his mother to pick him up?
Yes.
How long would he wait?
Sometimes, well, it would vary. It could be 5 minutes to 30 minutes, maybe even 45 minutes.
Okay. Now, did you have other kids who waited in your office and spent time in your office?
Yes.
And did you have to keep an eye on their behavior because they'd be curious about things around the office?
Right.
And did you have to watch Lyle in that manner?
No.
What would he do?
Lyle would usually sit quietly on there's a bench in my office, and he would sit there, waiting for his mother. He never did get up and meddle into the supplies in the office, as some children did.
Was he respectful toward you?
Yes, very.
Was he quiet?
He was very quiet. He'd just sit on the bed and wait for his mother.
Did he seem to have a lot of friends in the school?
No.
Did you have occasion to go pick your daughters up at school parties, functions like that?
Yes, I did.
And was Lyle ever at any of those?
I never really saw Lyle at a party at which I had picked up my daughter.
And did you know Lyle to have a particular person he was close to at school?
Yes.
Who was that?
He had a girlfriend that he was very attached to.
Was that Stacy Feldman?
Yes, it was.
And was there something unusual about their relationship compared to other kids?
It was just a very soft and caring relationship that I could see. They always held hands. In the school, sometimes there are students that you sort of have to break up, that they get too close, but I never witnessed this with Lyle and Stacy. I saw them holding hands across the table. They'd be sitting, with all four hands clutched together, looking intently into each other's eyes.
Did they appear to be very close?
Yes, they did.
And were they always together?
I almost always saw them together unless Lyle was on his way home.
When Lyle's mother would come to pick him up from school, would you see her?
Yes.
And did
some of the time, not all the time, but most of the time I would see her.
Okay. And when she came into the office to get him, would she come up and give him a hug, or what was her interaction?
No, she did not do that. She would come in, and usually, I mean, she would have talked with people in the administration office on her way back to my office, and as she stopped and talked with them, she'd eventually get back, and she'd sort of come to the door, and she'd say, okay, sort of, we're out of here,
Okay, you made a gesture with your thumb.
Right.
Almost like a hitchhiking kind of.
Right. Well, that meant let's go. We're late for wherever.
Okay. Did she seem to be running late and in a hurry when she was around?
Sustained.
How would you describe her behavior when you saw her?
Her behavior, I'm not sure what you mean.
What kind of person was she? What was her personality like? What did you see her do?
Well, she was not a soft and gentle person. She was more I saw her laugh a lot. I also saw her, she was always in a rush.
She appeared to be a strong or a weak person?
Very strong.
She appeared to be a determined or an indecisive person?
Very determined.
Did she appear to be somebody who set out to get her way and got it?
Yes.
Last one calls for conclusion on parole.
Sustained, the answer is stricken.
Did you see an incident involving her and Sandy Bing?
Yes, I did.
And who is Sandy Bing?
He, at that time, was our head of the upper school, and she was wanting to get Lyle out of class for a week or more to attend a tennis tournament.
At this point, there's no question pending.
Okay. And
Next question, please.
all right. And what did you see happen next?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
The encounter that you saw with Sandy Bing, did you hear her express certain views with regard to what was important for Lyle?
It was important for Lyle to
You can
attend.
answer that yes or no.
Yes.
And what was it that she said?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did she demonstrate her...
She being who?
Did Mrs. Menendez demonstrate what her priorities were with regard to her children based on an encounter you observed with Mr. Bing?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did she indicate that it was important for Lyle...
Excuse me, Your Honor, I think this is the same question.
Yeah, if it relates to the same incident, the objection is sustained unless the defendant was present.
Was Lyle Menendez present at this time when she had this discussion?
Lyle was waiting in my office. He could have overheard. I don't know if he did or not.
Were you in your office also?
I was walking down the hall, like coming into this room, and I overheard the conversation between Mr. Bing and Mrs. Menendez at his secretary's desk, in which, she was saying that...
Okay, you've answered the question.
And was this said in a tone of voice that could be heard for some distance around?
It could have been heard in my office, yes.
And did she say this loudly?
Yes.
And what was it that she said?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Did she, when she came to pick up Lyle from your office, did she express in Lyle's presence ever...
She again being...
Mrs. Menendez. Did she ever express her priorities in terms of the importance of Lyle winning?
He was going to be number one.
And is that something you heard from her more than once?
Yes.
When, during the years that you've been at Princeton Day School, particularly the years when your three children were attending, were you aware of what schools people were going to as they graduated?
In my daughter's classes, yes.
Okay. And was
specifically
Lyle in one of your daughter's classes?
Yes, in my youngest daughter.
And when Lyle went to Princeton, graduated from PDS and went to Princeton,
Right.
Were there a lot of students from PDS who went to Princeton?
I can't recall that, but I know that...
Excuse me, the question's been answered.
Objection sustained.
In the year after that, when Lyle actually started Princeton, how many PDS students went to Princeton after that, if you know?
I really don't know.
Okay. Do you remember anything about whether any people went to Princeton for a number of years after that from PDS?
I don't recall the number of students who went there.
Did a lot of students go to Princeton, or was that unusual, if you know?
Well, it's unusual, I would think.
Move to strike or answers being speculative, Your Honor.
Sustain the answer stricken.
When Lyle was in your office, and Mrs. Menendez would come in to pick him up,
Right.
would you describe the relationship between the two of them as a warm relationship?
No.
Do you have some doubt about that, or are you just thinking back?
Well, I'm thinking, it was not a harsh one, but it was not a warm one either. It was just sort of, I'm here, let's go.
Okay. And you described earlier that she seemed to laugh a lot.
Yes.
Was there something unusual about her laugh? Was it a warm, caring laugh, or was there something different about it?
Objection calls for an improper characterization.
Sustain.
Was there something about her behavior that led you to believe that competition was important for her and it was reflected in her laugh?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustain.
Did you see any behavior on her that indicated to you that she was sarcastic?
Yes.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Mrs. Elmore, in preparation for testifying here today, have you had any meetings with the defense attorneys?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've met with the defense attorneys in this case since the death of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez?
Only, I met with one attorney, I don't know, probably 2 years ago. And then
when was your next contact with the defense?
I think it was Saturday of this week.
Saturday, 2 days ago Saturday?
Right.
And at that time, did you go over your proposed testimony in this case?
Briefly, just that.
You can just say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. I believe you indicated that that Lyle Menendez frequently had a headache or a stomach ache that you attended to. Is that correct?
Yes.
Approximately what age of his are we talking about? At what age did these things frequently occur?
When he was having the headaches?
Yes.
I remember through the upper school, mostly in the 10th grade.
Now, when he had these headaches or stomach aches, he would come to you for treatment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he would not be in class during that period of time?
That's true.
And about how many times a week during the 10th grade would it be, in your estimation, that he would come to you with one of these complaints?
During each week?
Yes, on average.
Probably maybe once or twice a week.
And was it always at the same time, or was it at different times during the week that he'd come to you with these complaints?
I don't recall.
And would you spend time with him, treating him for these complaints?
Usually I'd give him a Tylenol for the headache, and then he would rest for a few minutes.
So he was not in class while he was with you, correct?
No.
Okay. I believe you indicated that you treated him for sprains. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was there any way for you to diagnose whether or not he really had a sprain?
I've had some experience. I'm not an orthopedic surgeon, no, but I could usually recognize a sprain.
And was that because of swelling or some other complaint that he had?
Usually it would be swelling or pain, discomfort.
Okay, but pain and discomfort are something that somebody tells you about, correct?
That's right.
In other words, you can't see it with your eye.
No.
Okay. So at the time that he would come to you with sprains, would he also miss class?
Sometimes.
I believe you indicated that the normal physical education classes to which Mrs. Menendez wanted to exempt Lyle Menendez were ice hockey, lacrosse, soccer, and basketball.
Well, this was, this is just the general physical education class. They did different things at different times.
Okay, but in the East, they play ice hockey at Princeton Day School?
Yes, they do.
Is that a contact sport?
Yes, it is.
Do people ever get injured playing ice hockey?
Yes, they do.
Lacrosse, is that a contact sport?
Yes, it is.
And lacrosse is the one where you run up and down the field with the long stick with the thing at the top and throw the ball back and forth?
Yes, it is.
And people get injured playing lacrosse?
Yes, they do.
Soccer, is that also a game that's played without any protection? In other words, the soccer players run up and down the field in shorts.
That's right.
No padding?
Shin pads.
Okay, but aside from that, they don't wear helmets.
No.
And do people get injured in soccer?
Yes, they do.
Basketball, do you consider basketball a contact sport?
I do, yes.
And people get injured in basketball?
Yes, they do. A lot of sprained fingers.
As far as you know, tennis is not a sport where you are in contact with other people, correct?
This is true.
Okay. I believe you indicated at one period of time that Lyle Menendez had a girlfriend named Stacy. Could you tell us what age we're talking about for Lyle Menendez?
It would have been his junior and senior year, I think.
I believe you indicated that sometimes some of the students you have to break up. Were you referring to other students aside from Lyle Menendez and his girlfriend Stacy Feldman?
There are other, yes, there are other students who have relationships at school.
And sometimes those relationships are deemed to be the kind that should be broken up. Would that be fair to say?
In that there's close body contact, but in a public place, yes.
Now, I believe you indicated that you were giving an example of Mrs. Menendez coming to pick up Lyle and indicating, like, let's go, using a thumb sign.
Mm-hmm.
About how old was Lyle Menendez when Mrs. Menendez would pick him up in this fashion?
That would have been probably his freshman and sophomore year before he started to drive.
So he was approximately 14 to 16 years of age?
15, 16, I would guess.
And when she would pick him up during this time period, was she unpleasant?
No.
Was she ever unpleasant? Was she ever unpleasant to you?
No.
Did you ever see Mrs. Menendez around her husband, Mr. Menendez?
No, I did not know him.
And could you give us an estimate of the number of times that you saw Mrs. Menendez at the Princeton Day School? Was it?
She was frequently at school.
Would that be a couple of times a week?
At least.
And would it be fair to say that after the age of 16 that you didn't see Mrs. Menendez pick up Lyle?
I would still see her in school. My assumption was that she was probably picking up Erik at that time.
But as far as the encounters that you've indicated where she'd come and say, hey, let's go, that seemed to cease about the time of his 16th birthday?
During his junior year, yes.
And in New Jersey, is the driving age
16 and a half.
16
or
and a half.
17. They get I think it's 17.
16 and a half is a learner's permit?
That's right.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Can you redirect?
Mrs. Elmore, next to you is a board with a photograph.
Do you recognize the people in that picture?
Yes.
Who are they?
Stacy and Lyle.
Okay, now you said that when you would see them, normally they'd be holding hands, I take it.
Right. Well,
Did you see them like that when you saw them? Or?
rarely.
Now, when
But-
you talk about breaking up the other kids, I take it they were,
That would be the kind of behavior, right?
but that's not what you usually saw of them?
No, I usually saw them holding hands, either walking together down the hallway or outside on the sidewalk in front of my office, or at lunchtime as I would go to lunch, they would be sitting at a table, holding hands and talking across a table.
You were asked about other sports that took place at PDS, which Lyle was not allowed to participate in because he might get injured.
Right.
Are you aware of any injuries that you can sustain by playing tennis?
Yes, you can certainly have sprained ankles, tennis elbow, sprained wrist, shoulder injuries. Yes.
And
eye injuries. Or an eye injury from the ball being hit with an eye. Hit in the eye.
So it's not the kind of sport that you can play without any fear of injury, I take it?
No.
You were asked about being interviewed. You said you were interviewed a couple years ago by somebody from the defense and then last Saturday.
Right.
Is that correct? Were you interviewed by the Beverly Hills Police Department early on in this case?
I had been contacted by them, yes, right after I think it was...
Right after the parents died?
Right. Sometime, yes.
Did you...
Actually, it was in October because our house had been robbed at the time, yeah.
And Did you have some reason to think Beverly Hills Police Department was involved in that, or?
Well, I had a daughter, one of my daughters was in school at USC at the time, and when the Beverly Hills detective called me, you know, my first thought was, oh my, what's happened to my daughter? And then it wasn't her, you know, and I thought, well, what's happened? I don't understand what, you know, with the Beverly Police and my house, so it was, but then he explained why he was calling, so.
Why was he calling?
He was calling to ask.
Who is he?
I'm not sure. It was a detective from the Beverly Hills Police Department. I don't recall the name.
All right, objection sustained as to what was said.
Did he call to get information about Lyle and Erik Menendez?
Yes, he did.
And was he asking him information about that you might have as the school nurse?
Yes, he did.
And was he asking your opinion as to whether they might have been involved?
With the murder of their father, yes.
Yes. And was the person fairly persistent in suggesting to you that the boys might have been involved?
Yes, he was.
And this was in October of 1989?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else?
I have just a question about this. May I approach, please?
Yes.
Mrs. Elmore, the photograph that's on the board here, which is Exhibit 196, do you have any idea of where this is taken? Does it look familiar to you, the location?
Yes, it looks like one of the hallways in the school.
All right, so this is an interior hallway inside of the school?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
And Lyle Menendez appears to be wearing a jacket in this photograph. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Is that a Letterman's type of jacket?
I'm not sure. I recognize the jacket, but I'm not sure what.
And it also appears that he has blue jeans on. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right, thank you. You may step down. You're excused.